The woman had her inno sensican by a black mamba. The next day, 3 antler deer were born, lion-headed, tiger-tailed beastkin cub. So the father of the children is the supreme beast god who makes the entire world tremble in fear. Unaware of the truth, she thought she had given birth to a bunch of little monsters. As a result, she would either beat or scold the cubs every day, either breaking their legs and throwing them to the hunting team as bait, or wiping their unhealed wounds with sulfuric acid. Under her abuse, the cubs gradually grew twisted, and after becoming villainous overlords, they tortured and killed her in return. And Sylvie happened to reincarnate into this vicious female's body. Before she could even process it, she heard 2 childish voices beside her. The evil female actually fell to her death. If she's dead, no one will abuse us anymore. But if she's really dead, we won't be allowed to stay in the tribe. Sylvie felt her head buzzing, on the verge of exploding. She struggled to stay conscious and opened her eyes. To her surprise, what greeted her were 2 strange white creatures, with sheep heads, deer antlers, white fur, lion bodies, foxtails, and so on. How eerily similar they looked to the novel she had just read. It seemed she had transmigrated into the body of a villainess who shared her name. Then, the plot of the book flashed through her mind. The original owner was gathering herbs in the tribe when she was abducted by a rogue beastman in heat. Forced into intimacy, she accidentally became pregnant. But the beastman vanished once his mating season ended. Already filled with resentment, she then gave birth to 3 little monsters and took out her anger on them daily. The 3 were seen as freaks from birth. Their beastman father was a despised rogue. The entire tribe avoided them like the plague. The original owner also hated them deeply. So they never had a single good day in the tribe. To the point that, once grown, they not only killed their birth mother, but also slaughtered the entire tribe. Sylvie's head throbbed painfully. She was originally a healing-type psychic from the Interstellar Special Forces, but was blasted away along with her mecha by the Zerg. Now, Sylvie tried to summon her healing powers. This was her innate ability. As long as her soul endured, it would never fade. The pain in her body gradually lessened. She stood up from the ground, just as she was about to wave the 2 little ones over to lead the way. The moment she moved, the 2 little ones ran off and disappeared. Whatever, there'll be plenty of time later. This place wasn't far from the tribe. Relying on the original owner's memories, she quickly found her way back. She'd only taken a few steps when she suddenly froze. Damn it, she'd actually forgotten about Ximo, that little brat. That goddamn original owner had actually thrown the second child, Ximo, to the hunting team as bait. Ximo was bitten by a beast at this very moment. Without another thought, she sprinted desperately into the depths of the forest. She had to find Ximo before he got hurt. After running for nearly an hour, she finally encountered the returning hunting party. Sylvie rushed up to the leader, grabbing his arms tightly with both hands. Her voice trembled as she asked, "Where's Ximo? Where is my Ximo? Why didn't you bring him back? What the hell are you doing? That brat was too badly injured. He probably won't make it anyway. So we left him there." The beastman leader was startled by her sudden outburst. Frowning, he tried impatiently to shake her off, but held back because she was female, stiffening his body and not daring to move. "How could you do this?" Her eyes were red as she glared furiously at the beastman leader. "He's just a child. How could you heartlessly abandon him?" A young beastman in the group couldn't hold back and spoke up. "Wasn't it you who threw him to us as bait? Now you're pretending to care?" Right after that, Thirk leader snorted coldly. "It's too late for you to go now. That area is full of wild beasts." He had long been devoured, not even bones left. Sylvie's mind exploded with a deafening roar. Had she arrived too late? No time to think. She immediately sprinted forward. The other ORCs, seeing a female charging recklessly into the deep mountains, grew somewhat anxious. The ORC at the rear tossed the prey from his shoulder onto the ground. Take the prey back first. I'll go check on Dale. This is too dangerous. If you encounter a beast, how will you handle it alone? If something happens to you, how will we explain it to the chief? Dale frowned deeply, his gaze fixed intently on the direction Sylvie had vanished. His tone was resolute. It's too dangerous for her to be alone in the forest. I promised her father I'd take good care of her. You've been secretly helping her all these years. Surely any debt of gratitude has been repaid by now. She brought this on herself. Why bother with her? Don't tell me you're still planning to obey her father's words and become his beastly husband. Dale shook his head without speaking. He strode off in the direction where Sylvie had disappeared. At the same time, Sylvie was sprinting wildly through the dense forest. Sharp grass blades cut her skin. Branches tangled her hair. Yet she felt nothing. The mere thought of Ximo's injured state made her heart ache terribly, even though she'd never met him. Finally, in a depression covered with fallen leaves, she caught sight of that flash of white. The little white lion Ximo curled up in a pile of fallen leaves. Originally fluffy and beautiful fur, now disheveled and stained with blood. His left hind leg's fur was dyed red with blood. A section of his once fluffy tail had also been bitten off. Seeing this, her breath caught. Staggering, she rushed to his side. With trembling hands, she lifted his entire body. So badly injured, how did he manage to crawl back to the tribe? Step by step. Back then, in the novel, Ximo struggled to open his eyes. When he saw it was her, his dark green pupils widened in disbelief. It must be a hallucination before death. That cruel female had already abandoned him. How could she possibly be here? His eyes slowly closed again. But he was so unwilling. Why did it have to be him? Why did they throw him to the hunting team as bait until he was picked up? He dared to believe this wasn't a dream. His mother was finally willing to hold him. Was he dying? Ximo, I'm sorry. Your mother came too late. Weren't you hoping I'd be bitten to death by beasts? His voice was weak, yet every word was clear. Sylvie opened her mouth to explain, but found her throat choked by something. Unable to utter a single word, seeing her silent admission, Ximo felt the warmth of being held slowly fade. She didn't love him. How could she care for him? He wanted to demand why she was so cruel to him. If she didn't want him, she could have abandoned him. Why let him be torn apart alive? After several attempts, after I die, can you treat Xinan and Xibei better? They can find food themselves. Can you stop hitting them? Just saying these few words had drained all his strength. Sylvie checked his injuries while shaking her head. You won't die. Even if I don't, what then? His hind legs were broken. Even grown, he'd never hunt again. Already useless. When Dale arrived, he found her collapsed on the ground, holding Ximo tightly in her arms, trembling all over. Ximo's eyes were shut, his breath faint. The small body twitched from time to time due to the pain. Sylvie wanted to use healing magic to treat Ximo, but she noticed Dell could only take advantage of the distance still being relatively far. Quietly using healing magic to stop Ximo's bleeding, Dell stepped forward a few paces, kneeling on one knee, reaching out to check Ximo's breath. His expression grave. He's alive, don't delay us. Hurry back to the tribe and find a shaman for treatment. Yet Dell knew such severe injuries were beyond any shaman's ability to heal. Returning would only mean waiting for death. He said this only to comfort Sylvie. But Sylvie did not hand Ximo over to Dell. She carried the pain-fainted Ximo and began walking back. Before taking 2 steps, faint rustling sounds came from the surroundings. Sylvie's arms around Ximo suddenly tightened, her body instinctively assuming a defensive stance. Dell also became alert. He shielded her behind him. Be careful, Sylvie. The smell of blood must have attracted the beasts searching for prey. Sylvie glanced at the tall figure standing in front of her. She said nothing. Placing the unconscious Ximo on a higher tree branch, she summoned her life-bound weapon, the Bloodfang Vine Whip. The terminal had stopped responding since they arrived here. At least her half-saint abilities and life-bound weapon were still usable. Dale was about to tell her to find a safe spot, but he saw she was already prepared for battle. A flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes. No time to think further. The beasts were closing in. 2 massive saber-toothed tigers. Dale swallowed nervously. He was a 3-star beastman. Their abilities and speed are far superior to those of ordinary ORCs. An adult saber-toothed tiger he could barely handle. I'm currently dealing with 2. And have to look out for the female beside me. He's probably going to die here. So, after preparing himself to face death bravely, he gently glanced at the young female nearby. Sylvie, climb up the tree and hide. But Sylvie ignored him. Swinging her whip, she charged at the saber-toothed tiger closest to her. She wasn't fully accustomed to using this body yet, but her Bloodthorn Vine Whip was coated with highly concentrated anesthetic powder. A single strike would sink the barbs into flesh, and the powder would take effect instantly upon contact with wounds. The saber-toothed tiger seemed to underestimate her as a weak female. It didn't even dodge as she rushed forward. Instead, it lunged at her with jaws wide open. Sylvie abruptly leaped to the left. The Bloodthorn Vine Whip in his hand lashed out swiftly, successfully wrapping around the saber-toothed tiger's neck. Using the tiger's forward momentum, he yanked hard. The saber-toothed tiger's head slammed violently into a nearby tree trunk. That strike used up all his strength. The tiger was left dazed and disoriented. Combined with the effects of the highly concentrated anesthetic powder, it finally slowly closed its eyes and collapsed to the ground. Dale wanted to rush over to help, but was trapped by another saber-toothed tiger. Unable to break free, by the time he killed the tiger and turned to look, Sylvie noticed he was already handling the first tiger. Holy shit, is this even the same Sylvie he knew? A few years ago, after he went missing and was found, his personality changed drastically. Not only did he become lazy and vicious, but he also attacked all beastmen indiscriminately. Those who originally sympathized with his plight were driven away by his insane beatings and curses. After giving birth, he became even worse, actually tossing his newborn cubs into the frozen river. If Dale hadn't spotted it and secretly fished them out, those cubs would have frozen to death. Dale shook his head, closed his eyes, and opened them again, only to see Sylvie still handling the tiger. The technique was as skilled as that of beastmen who hunted year-round. He asked how he managed it. Dale was genuinely shaken. How could a 3-star beastman like him be outdone by a female? Then, the little female immediately spoke up. I don't have a beast to protect me. Of course, you gotta learn some self-defense skills. Sylvie's hands kept moving, not caring whether Dell believed him or not. Sylvie quickly processed the tenderest parts of the saber-toothed tiger. He planned to take them back first. The smell of blood here was too strong. He feared it might attract more beasts soon. His current body couldn't carry hundreds of pounds of prey. He threaded the tender meat onto vines, picked up Ximo, and hurried back. Dell carried the saber-toothed tiger he had killed and followed behind. Returning to the tribe, Sylvie found his home using the plot's description and the original host's memories. By now, it was almost dark. Calling it a home was generous, it was just a cave. Shi-Nan and Shi-Bei, the 2 little ones, stood under the tree at the cave entrance, looking around. Big brother, that bitch wouldn't have gotten angry and ditched us, would she? Otherwise, why hasn't she come back so late? Shi-Nan furrowed his brows, pretending to stay calm as he comforted his younger brother. She wouldn't. Even if she doesn't want to, she'd still have to come back. They have nowhere else to go but this cave. We can only wait for her to return. Even so, his dark eyes betrayed a trace of worry. Sylvie saw Lian Zhaoji, but didn't say anything, quickening her steps into the cave. Suddenly, Shinan and Zibei saw Ximo covered in blood, unconscious. They were shocked. Zibei's eyes reddened, asking his older brother in a tearful voice, "What happened to second brother? Will he die? That Ximo is injured." He was about to tell them to boil some water, but seeing the pitiful looks on their faces, he closed his mouth in the end. Dale placed the saber-toothed tiger at the cave entrance, then followed inside. After scanning the area, he unconsciously frowned and said, "I'll go get the shaman." After Dale left with his prey, Sylvie laid Ximo on the stone bed, then turned to the two little ones. "I need clean water to wash his wounds. Can you do that?" He had just looked around the cave. Aside from a large stone pot and a few filthy animal hides, there was nothing else clean, utterly destitute. Though Shinan despised him, he understood that treating Ximo was the priority now. So he said, "I'll fetch water." Right after, he turned and walked to the side where it was covered by animal hides. Lifting it revealed a small wooden bucket. It was called a bucket, but in reality, it was just a hollowed-out piece of wood. Shinan clamped his teeth on the edge of the bucket and ran outside. They lived in a cave at the edge of the tribe, close to the river, beside the settlement. Shinan returned in about 10 minutes with half a bucket of water. Sylvie couldn't find any clean cloth, so she had to pick a piece of animal hide that looked relatively clean. After washing it, she used it to wipe down Ximo. Shinan and Zibei watched as she gently cleaned Ximo's body, both gaping in shock. "Big bro, I think my eyes are broken." Zibei tilted his head to get a better look. Before he could finish, his mouth was covered by Zinan's paw. The raised head was pushed back down. Sylvie cleaned around the wound, wiped off the mud and blood clots from the fur, glanced at the discolored bucket. "Take out the animal hide inside, hand it aside, and it can still be washed. Now, its terminal can't be used. Save where you can." More than 10 minutes passed again. The witch doctor finally sauntered over, checked on Ximo's injuries. The witch doctor kept shaking his head. "This kid's injuries are way too severe. I can only ease his pain. Can't be cured, that's just his fate." "Speak then." The witch doctor turned and left. Suddenly, Sylvie spoke up. "The witch doctor, please give us some painkillers." "Can you, witch doctor?" Hein inexplicably turned back to look at him. The gaze caressed a hint of inquiry. In the end, he still nodded. Afterwards, Shinan obediently followed the witch doctor to get the medicine. Sylvie waited until they had gone far away. She walked over and pulled down the animal hide curtain, blocking the view from outside. Fortunately, their location was at the very edge of the tribe, with only their cave nearby. Few people passed by. Xibei shrank fearfully into a corner. Seeing him approach, Ximo recalled the times they had been thrown off the bed before. Afraid that the severely injured Ximo would be tossed down again, he mustered his courage and stepped forward, raising his front paws to block the way. "Don't throw him." His brother trembled as he shielded Ximo. His light gray eyes were filled with terror, while a low, warning growl escaped his throat. Sylvie watched the scene, feeling somewhat helpless and a little conflicted. In the hearts of the three little ones, "I'm probably just a terrifying presence. I won't hurt him. I want to save him." Sylvie tried her best to soften her voice, attempting to soothe the slightly ruffled Xibei, but Xibei still climbed onto the bed to block. Ximo stood in the way, preventing him from getting closer. Sylvie decided not to waste any more words on Xibei. Reaching out, she gently grabbed the back of Xibei's neck and lifted him up. Xibei immediately began to struggle. His 4 short legs flailed wildly in the air. In the struggle, the antlers on his head hit Sylvie's chin. A bit hard. Sylvie felt a sting from the poke. It must have broken the skin. Xibei was frightened. His struggling movements froze. His light gray eyes brimmed with tears. He had hurt the bad female. Would she throw him to the hunting team as bait? Sylvie looked at Shibei's pitiful state. He let out a light sigh, placing Xibei aside. He raised a hand to rub his sore chin where it had been poked. All right, I'm not blaming you. Xibei continued watching Sylvie warily. Seeing that he truly wasn't going to scold him, he cautiously inched a little closer to Ximo again. Sylvie used healing magic to treat Ximo's broken leg and severed tail. The healing magic sped up recovery, but regrowing the lost tail would take a long time. Noticing the wound visibly closing up, Xibei's pale gray eyes widened in shock. This female was a priestess. A priestess held a higher rank than a medicine woman. Medicine women only knew basic herbal remedies and bandagging. Priestesses could use healing energy to help the severely injured recover quickly. But their riverside tribe didn't have a priestess. Sylvie withdrew her hand. Her back was already drenched in cold sweat. Healing herself earlier had drained too much of her energy. And now, treating Ximo had completely exhausted her healing power. Fatigue washed over her. All she wanted was to rest properly. She forced herself to walk to a nearby stone stool and sit down, propping her forehead with both hands to steady herself. Seeing Sylvie so weak, Xibei's fear lessened slightly. He carefully approached Ximo, gently sniffing at Ximo's mostly healed wounds, confirming Ximo's steady breathing. Only then did he fully relax. After a long while, Sylvie felt a little of her strength return. He raised his head and looked at Xibei. Xibei seemed scalded by his gaze, immediately shrank back. Her fluffy tail curled up to cover most of her face, yet couldn't resist her curiosity. Carefully peeked out to look at Sylvie, then immediately heard Sylvie say, "Don't tell anyone. I'll heal him. Just arrived here. Don't want to draw too much attention." Having special abilities isn't always a good thing. A single misstep could bring fatal consequences. Xibei nodded her little head in confusion, not fully understanding why she couldn't speak of it. But seeing Sylvie's serious expression, she instinctively chose to obey. The sky gradually darkened. Torches began to light up around the tribe. Sylvie shifted slightly, glanced around the cave. Pitch black. "Xibei, go light a fire," he suddenly spoke, startling Xibei so much she rolled off the stone bed. The moment she landed, she didn't dare delay. Hurried to the cave entrance to start a fire. Sylvie hadn't meant to order her around. The cave was simply too dark. He couldn't see. From memory, Xibei and the others knew how to make fire. Xibei worked quickly, had a fire going in minutes. The faint flame slowly chased away the darkness in the cave. Sylvie adjusted to the dim light, scanned the surroundings, realized Shinan had been gone too long. So he quickly said, "Xibei, wait here at home. I'll go find Shinan." At the same time, on the other side, Shinan had just come out from the witch doctor's place. They ran into a few skinnikids who usually bullied them. He hurried to bring herbs back, wanted to avoid them, but got stopped halfway. At this hour, the other adult ORCs are all at the tribal square dividing the hunt. That nasty female at home won't step out either. No one noticed what was happening over here. Xenon was utterly desperate right now. The little fox cub waved the stolen herbs around. "Freaks don't deserve our shaman grandma's medicine. We're not freaks. My little brother is hurt. These herbs were given to us by the shaman grandma." Xenon tried to snatch them back, but was blocked by the little brown bear and the little tiger. "Hey Emph, how ridiculous. Why would the shaman grandma give you herbs? You must have stolen these." The little brown bear swung its claws at Xenon. "You're lying." Shinan looked at the herbs given by the witch doctor. They were thrown on the ground and trampled. Her tears nearly spilled from anxiety. "My mother said, 'Cursed beasts like you shouldn't stay in the tribe. You should have died long ago.'" The little tiger stepped forward, ready to pounce on Shinan. By the time Sylvie arrived, Shinan was already brawling with a few young beastmen. The little tiger beastman was on top of Shinan, his hands gripping Zinan's horns tightly, shouting, "Still denying you're a little freak? What are these on your head then?" The little lion beastman seized the moment, lifting his paw to stomp on Zinan's stomach. The little fox beastman occasionally extended his sharp claws, scratching Shinan. "Beat him to death, this little freak." Seeing this, Sylvie rushed forward in a few steps, grabbing the little tiger on top of Shinan, flinging him aside like a chick. Then he picked up a few more. The brats who had been spewing foul words earlier carried them to the nearby dung pit and tossed them in, with mouths so filthy they ought to get a good wash. The little ones Sylvie had picked up hadn't even realized what was happening before they fell into the dung pit. "Ah, so stinky!" the little fox beastman screamed. He flailed in the dung pit, trying to grab the edge to climb out. But the walls were wet and slippery, making it impossible to get a grip. The little lion beastman also cried out. His head and body were covered in gray mist. He looked utterly disheveled. "You unwanted female, how dare you throw us in here? I'll go tell my father. He'll make you pay." The little brown bear beastman struggled in the cesspit, still managing to threaten. Sylvie crossed her arms, coldly watching them. She sneered and said, "Go ahead, let your fathers come find me. Let's see who dares lay a finger on me or my cubs." Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted the little tiger trying to flee. He had been the fiercest in the fight earlier. Sylvie strode over, kicked him down into the pit. Then she growled a fierce warning. "If I ever see you bullying my family again, it won't end this lightly." The little tiger struggled to lift his head from the cesspit, trying to spit out some threats. But the moment he opened his mouth, filth splashed right in. All he could do was whimper in frustration. The other young beastmen of the tribe watched from afar, too frightened to make a sound. In the past, they had often bullied Shinan and the others. Sylvie, that wicked female, never intervened. Who knew she'd not only step in today, but be so ruthless? Shinan stood dumbly behind Sylvie, watching the young beastman flail in the cesspit, his heart torn between fear and satisfaction. "All right, let's go home." Sylvie picked up Shinan and carried him back. Under normal circumstances, Shinan would have struggled long ago. But this time, he didn't move, letting him hold on. Those words, he'd heard them since childhood. He was already used to them. He never thought the bad female would stand up for him. It seemed like she had changed. Half an hour later, the cave was lit only by the flickering firelight and the faint aroma of roasted meat. Sylvie had just finished grilling the meat and was about to eat. The sound of chaotic footsteps grew closer. Soon, a female led a group of beastmen, barging in with aggressive intent. At the front was a slightly plump female, with tangled hair. Behind her were three burly beastmen, alongside two other females, their hair equally messy and knotted. Who knew how many days it had been since they washed it? Behind them followed a few more beastmen, likely their beast husbands. Sylvie scoffed. This was clearly a confrontation. A few more people, and this shabby cave wouldn't even have room to stand. "Fine, Sylvie. You dare throw my cub into the dung pit? Do you really think we're dead?" The plump female at the front pointed at Sylvie, her face twisted in anger. Sylvie met her gaze fearlessly, her voice calm. "Their mouths were filthy. Insulting my family, this was just a small lesson." Shinan stood behind Sylvie, his body slightly hunched, ready to defend. Zabe, meanwhile, hid behind Shinan, peeking timidly at Sylvie. Put the grilled meat right in front of their mouths, softly comforting the good boy. "Don't be afraid, go over there to eat." Shinan didn't take the grilled meat. He even took a few startled steps back. This had happened before. He beat the little beastmen who bullied them. The beast fathers and mothers came knocking. The bad woman not only didn't help them, she even joined in beating them. This time would surely be the same. Seeing Shinan react like this, Sylvie felt a sharp ache in his heart. He knew the little ones had suffered too much injustice in the past. That's why they were so guarded against him. He raised his hand to pat Zinan's head. But Shinan thought he was angry and dodged by turning his head away. Sylvie awkwardly withdrew his hand, then looked at Zibei, who was trembling in fear. Lowering her voice to soothe Zibei, "Trust mother. This time, won't let anyone hurt you. Go over there and eat the barbecue. Leave this to mother." Zibei shook her head fearfully, hiding behind Shinan, biting his tail, pulling him backward. Meanwhile, the plump female, seeing herself ignored, grew even angrier. She roared, "I don't care about your petty tricks. I know you harmed our cubs. You must give us an explanation today." Sylvie set down the barbecue, stood up, and stepped toward the female to respond. "You never discipline your cubs properly. I taught them a lesson for you. You should be thanking me. How dare you demand an explanation?" The plump female, humiliated and enraged, screamed and lunged at Sylvie. The two disheveled females behind her charged forward as well. Sylvie sidestepped swiftly, easily dodging the plump female's attack. With a quick pull, the plump female couldn't stop her momentum, face-planting straight into the ground. The other two females, seeing this, flanked her from both sides, reaching out to claw at Sylvie's face. Sylvie quickly crouched, sweeping her leg in a low arc, tripping both females to the ground. "You useless fools!" The plump female scrambled up from the ground, shouting at her beastmen mates. "What are you standing around for? Teach her a lesson." The beastmen exchanged uneasy glances. Tribal rules. ORCs are not allowed to strike females. Minor offenses will be punished. Major offenses will result in banishment from the tribe. The plump female saw they still weren't moving. Furious, she cursed, "So you won't listen to me, huh? Whoever doesn't act today, I'll abandon them when we get back." The ORC husbands panicked at once. Compared to being banished from the tribe, they feared being abandoned by their female even more. Once abandoned by their female master, they would become outcast beasts. They'd endure the torment of the contract's backlash daily, until death. Immediately after, a tall, burly ORC roared and swung a fist at Sylvie. The fist whistled through the air. Sylvie sidestepped, barely dodging the blow. Seizing the moment, he delivered a sharp elbow strike, square into the thin ORC's side. The thin ORC grunted, but didn't back down. He spun and kicked back. "Oli, you useless trash. Can't even handle a female?" The plump female, seeing her husband fail to subdue Sylvie, turned red with rage. You all, get in there now." She pointed at the other three nearby. The three ORCs hadn't expected Oli, a 2-star ORC, to lose to a mere female. "Aji, don't be mad. We'll catch her for you." To vent your anger, the ORC husbands quickly closed in, trapping Sylvie in the middle. The other side had the advantage in numbers. Soon, they forced him into a corner again. Just as Sylvie was struggling to hold her ground, a commanding roar suddenly came from outside the cave. "Stop!" The crowd turned to look. They saw a male ORC around 40 years old, with a scar on his face, walking in. His gaze swept over the crowd, finally settling on Sylvie. His expression complicated. The plump female, seeing the newcomer, seemed to have found her backer. She quickly cried out, "Leader, you must stand up for us. This Sylvie threw our child into the manure pit and injured so many of us." The leader glanced at the bruised and battered females, his eyelids twitching slightly. Then, he turned to Sylvie and said, "You did this?" Sylvie looked at the team leader, eyes reddening. "The team leader's child was the one who insulted my kid first. I only stepped in because I couldn't stand it anymore. Just because I don't have a man to back me up. Does that mean my kid deserves to be bullied?" The team leader frowned slightly. His gaze shifted between Sylvie and the plump female. Seeing the team leader like this, Sylvie thought he wasn't planning to intervene. That won't do. No matter why he came today. Since he's here, he's not leaving so easily. So the next second, he pointed at the females in front of him and began speaking through tears. If I hadn't been kidnapped by those rogue beasts back then, they would have been the ones suffering the abuse. But how did they treat me, their savior? They cursed me and even beat my child. Let their young ones steal from us. Now, they want their beastly mates to kill me. What gives them the right? The cave fell into silence. Everyone's gaze landed on Sylvie. The plump female's face turned pale, then flushed. She opened her mouth to argue, but Sylvie's fierce accusations left her momentarily speechless. After a long pause, the plump female regained her composure and shrieked, "Who asked you to save us? You were the one who stepped forward back then. Maybe you're in cahoots with those rogue beasts and staged this whole act on purpose. Now, you're trying to twist the truth." Sylvie was furious at her shamelessness. She turned to the indifferent clan leader. "Clan leader, you must stand up for me. I risked my life to save them back then, only to end up like this. They're so ungrateful. Aren't they afraid of being forsaken by the beast god?" Sylvie looked around, tears welling in her eyes. Everyone knows when those rogue beasts attacked, if I hadn't risked my life to lure them away, the females of our tribe would have suffered. Yet now, not a single word of thanks, just their mockery and scorn. "You female beastkin, keep saying my child is forsaken by the beast god. But who truly deserves the beast god's scorn? You repay kindness with cruelty, bullying the weak. Aren't you afraid your actions will anger the beast god and bring disaster upon the entire tribe?" The crowd began to stir, some more vicious expressions, remembering the day Sylvie returned covered in wounds. But the plump female Aji still stiffened her neck, defiantly saying, "Stop using the beast god to scare us. Those little freaks of yours are the ones the beast god despises. Keeping them will bring calamity to the tribe." Hearing this, Zibei couldn't stop trembling. Her eyes instantly reddened. Shuar also drooped slightly, while Shinan glared furiously at the plump female, but out of fear, hid further behind Sylvie. Sylvie shielded the two children behind her, glaring at the plump female. "Watch your mouth. What beast god scorn? That's just the ignorant nonsense of fools. Don't even try to deny it. Even the shaman said they're freaks. Who are you to disagree?" Sylvie shot back without backing down. "Since when is the shaman always right? The shaman is just flesh and blood too, not the beast god themselves. What right do they have to condemn my children like this? You lot have no minds of your own, using the shaman's words to bully a few children. Aren't you ashamed?" She didn't care if these words offended the shaman. If it weren't for the things he said, Shinan and the others wouldn't be living so miserably. Shinan's little face flushed red with anger. Peeking her head out from behind Sylvie, she shouted, "You're lying. We're not monsters. We've never done anything to harm the tribe." Shibei nervously dug his claws into the ground, fighting back tears. His fluffy tail bristled behind him. We're not some kind of curse. We've all been working hard to contribute to the tribe." Sylvie suppressed her heartache, lifting her head to stare directly at the plump female. She said firmly, "Did you hear that? My children are far kinder than any of you. They've never once thought of causing trouble for the tribe. Meanwhile, your children rely on their numbers to bully the weak every day. That's the real tragedy of this tribe." Then a female who had remained silent until now muttered under her breath, "Words are just words, but their beast forms are too bizarre. Just looking at them gives me the creeps." Sylvie turned her gaze to her. "Does looking strange deserve discrimination? The beast god created all things, each with its own uniqueness. Judging by appearances is an insult to the beast god. If you reject someone just for their looks, how are you any different from the beasts outside the tribe?" The plump female was left speechless by Sylvie's words, and could only huff angrily. Anyway, no one will ever accept them. Just wait and see. Sylvie sneered. I don't need your acceptance. But I warn you. Stop speaking ill of my cubs, or I won't hold back. Sylvie turned to the clan leader. Aside from the shaman, he held the most authority in the tribe. If he spoke up to intervene, life for the cubs in the tribe would be easier. So Sylvie asked, Clan leader, do you also think my cubs are monsters? Sylvie, no matter what, they are still the tribe's cubs. Don't worry. I won't let the other cubs bully them from now on. The clan leader's words sounded reassuring, but they avoided a direct answer. This only deepened the resentment in Sylvie's heart. If the next tribe weren't so far away, and if he weren't unsure whether they'd face the same exclusion there, he would have taken his cubs and left this tribe long ago. He stared at the clan leader, his eyes filled with disappointment. Clan leader, I just want the tribe to treat my cubs fairly. Don't discriminate against them just because of their beast forms. My cubs, though their beast forms are unusual, are kind-hearted. If they're isolated just for their appearance, that's too unfair to them. The clan leader pondered for a moment, then slowly said, Don't worry. I'll reign in the tribe, so the children won't suffer verbal harm anymore. Sylvie knew, changing the clan's perception is not something that can be done overnight, and gave a slight nod. Then thank you very much, clan leader. But if anyone disrespects my child again, I will not hold back anymore. The plump female and the others listened. Their faces showed displeasure, but they didn't dare to say more in front of the chief. The chief scanned the crowd present. His tone was stern. In the tribe, we should help each other and live in harmony. Sylvie, you saved everyone. The tribe should not forget this kindness. But throwing a child into the dung pit, that was indeed excessive. Sylvie was about to defend herself. The chief raised his hand to stop her, and continued, as for you. He looked at the plump female and the others. Sylvie saved your lives, yet you show no gratitude, and even let your brats bully hers. This goes against tribe's rules. Sylvie sneered coldly in her heart. He couldn't believe that after all these years, the clan chief had failed to see the plight of her and her orphan child in the tribe. This incident was the fault of both sides. Sylvie, though your actions were driven by a mother's protective instinct, you acted recklessly. Your punishment is to join the gathering team in the mountains for a day. As for you, his gaze swept over the plump female and her companions. Each of your families must provide 10 caddies of meat and 1 animal hide as compensation to Sylvie, and you must apologize to her. Think it's unfair? If not for the contributions you've made to the tribe in the past, the punishment today would have been far harsher. When your own children are bullied, you feel the pain. So how do you think Sylvie feels when her child is bullied? What must he be feeling then? The clan leader's gaze swept over them. The fat female instantly got promoted, unwillingly walking up to Sylvie, lowering his voice to say sorry. The other females also apologized. Sylvie merely nodded, without saying whether she forgave them or not. The cave returned to silence. Sylvie gazed in the direction the clan leader had left. After a moment of contemplation, she turned to look at the 2 children. Sylvie walked over to Shinan and Zibei, kneeling down, gently stroking the deer antlers on Zibei's head. Sweetheart, were you scared just now? Don't be afraid. From now on, Mother won't let anyone bully you again. Zibei initially flinched in fear, but forced himself to hold still. Sylvie watched Zibei's instinctive recoil, then his struggle to endure it. Her heart ached with sorrow. He knows the long-lasting harm. It filled the little one with fear and wariness towards physical intimacy. So, he tried his best to make his voice sound gentler. Is Zhao baby's mother here? No one will ever hurt you again. Shinan looked at Zibei, who was being held in the arms of the bad female. A little envious. The bad female had never spoken to him so gently before. Sylvie picked Zabay up, walked over to the campfire. During the fight, it fell to the ground and got trampled. Now, it's inedible. Sylvie stared at the dirtied roast meat on the ground, sighed, picked up a fresh piece of meat, skewered it onto a branch, placed it over the fire to roast. Shinan and Zabay stared at Thetterteed barbecue on the ground. They swallowed their saliva. They hadn't eaten anything all day. Shinan couldn't hold it in any longer. He hesitated for a moment, still slowly stretched out a little paw. The piece of grilled meat on the ground that was trampled and filthy. Picked it up. The barbecue was covered in dust and dirt, but in the eyes of Shinan and Zabay, yet it exudes an irresistible allure. Shibei looked at the barbecue in Shinan's hand, eyes filled with longing. His little nose twitched as he sniffed the lingering aroma of meat. Sylvie turned her head and saw this scene. A sharp pain pierced my heart. She stopped the action of grilling new meat in her hands, whispering to Shinam, "That piece of meat is dirty. Eating it will make you sick. Wait a bit longer, the new batch of barbecue is almost ready." Shinan never thought Sylvie's grilled meat will have their share. In the past, he would throw away whatever he couldn't finish eating. Don't give them any food either. They're all picking up what threw on the ground to eat. So when she heard Sylvie say this, Shinan was a bit dazed. This bitch really gonna give them the cooked meat? Or are you planning to wait until they finish eating? Using this as an excuse to sell again. Their stomachs were growling with hunger. Gollum found the filthy piece of meat in his hand utterly tempting. Shibei stared longingly at Shinan, quietly saying, "Big bro, I'm so hungry." Shinam looked at his younger brother. "Let me take another look at Sylvie." After hesitating for a while, still, he handed the dirty piece of grilled meat in his hand to Zabay. Sylvie looked at the two brats. Eyes turned red. My heart ached. "Wait a minute, Zabay. Don't eat." Shibei heard his voice, scared, speechless. Almost bit Zinan's paw. Shinan glared at him in displeasure. Sylvie pretended not to see. "Let him go check if Ximo is awake." Shinan thought of his severline gingered younger brother. He got up and ran toward the stone bed inside the cave. The cave is very dark. The ORC's vision remains unaffected. Sylvie quickly sped up her movements, continuously flipping the grilled meat. Shibei lay sprawled at his feet, staring at the roasted meat over the fire without blinking an eye. Soon, the aroma of roasted fragrance spread. The cave was filled with aroma of roasted meat. Shinan is back. Without a word, he lay down beside Zabay. Sylvie lightly tickled his stomach with her toes. "That Ximo. Are you awake?" The man grumbled in dissatisfaction, but didn't move away. The cave fell silent all at once. Only the sizzling sound of oil dripping from the barbecue, and the occasional crackling of firewood. Sylvie handed the grilled meat over to them. "Eat without worry. In the past, Mom was in the wrong. From now on, I won't let you go hungry anymore." Shinan and Zabay did not respond to his words. "Just got so excited that I sat right up." Then he wolfed it down greedily. Sylvie also ate a piece of grilled meat herself. A bit dry, but still acceptable. After eating, he washed his hands and face with last bit of water left in the wooden bucket. Sylvie soaked the animal hide she had used to wipe Shimo's body earlier, wiping their asses for them. 10 minutes later, Sylvie came back with the water, looking at Ximo, who was still unconscious on the stone bed. "I estimate he'll probably sleep until tomorrow morning. Just about to kalung siu kai to bed." I noticed Shinan jumping off the stone slab and walking out of the cave. This little brat is so full of himself. "What are you doing outside at night instead of sleeping?" Shinan kept walking without stopping. Walked outside the cave to the big tree. With one leap, he jumped onto the tree trunk. Familiar faces lie low. Sylvie asked Shinan curiously, "Come back and not go to bed. What are you doing up in the tree?" Shinan didn't even bother with him. With a flick of its tail, he buried his head. "Shinan, get down here right now." Time and time again, going against the grain. Sylvie was also getting pissed off. His tone also became a bit unpleasant. Little did they know, the next second they heard Shanann speak with a wicked femininity. It wasn't you who told us to take turns standing guard outside. Attracting beasts? Sylvie heard these words. My heart suddenly jolted, instantly recalling the original owner's utterly despicable behavior. The original owner once abandoned them shortly after they were born, tied to a tree trunk outside the cave. Their cave is located at the edge of the tribe. It was already full of dangers. The cave doesn't even have a stone slab blocking it. There was only a single animal hide curtain. Once a wild beast invades, they are the first to birth brunt of the sacrifice. The original owner clearly just wanted the beast's hand to do their dirty work. Take them out. Sylvie's eyes instantly turned red. It hurts so much I can hardly breathe. Zinan's mother was wrong in the past. I won't let you do these dangerous things anymore. Come down quickly, it's not safe outside. Go back to the cave to sleep. Shanann's stubborn liar fussed to budge. He muttered, you used to trick us into going out like this too. Result. They ended up tricking them into the deep forest, the territory of fierce beasts. If it weren't for the hunting party passing by at just the right time, they were dieting up without a trace. Sylvie walked a few steps to the tree, looking up at Shanann. Zinan's mother will never lie to you again. See if mom protected you and Zabay today. Believe in mom this time, okay? Shanann slowly raised his head. He seemed to be weighing the truth of Sylvie's words. After a long while, he finally spoke softly. Then promise you won't kick us out again in the future. Sylvie immediately raised her hand to promise her mother. From now on, I won't let you suffer even the slightest harm. If you break the oath, stop making me swear I don't need you. Shanann jumped off the tree and ran into the cave. Sylvie instinctively reached out to grab it. Just managed to catch its tail. At the mention of it, he scooped the whole thing into his arms. Shanann struggled in his arms a couple of times, trying to break free. But I found Sylvie holding on tightly. Can't break free at all. Then angrily turned her head away in a huff, not looking at him anymore. Back to the cave. Zabay had already been woken up by the commotion just now, sleepy-eyed, looking at them. Big bro, what's wrong with you? Shanann snorted. Not a word. Sylvie held Shanann in her arms and walked to the stone bed before sitting down. Put Shanann on Thinner's side of the bed. He reached out and ruffled Zabay's little head. Sleep now, I will protect you all. Zabay nodded blankly. He's timid and cries easily. Usually, there are older brothers protecting me. The damage taken wasn't much. The scene of Sylvie protecting them today is still vivid in my mind. His resistance towards Sylvie, not as intense as Shanann. He crawled over and hugged Sylvie's arm. Shanann looked at Zabay. How is being held in Sylvie's arms? He snorted coldly, rolled over and moved further inside. Time quickly arrived at the next day. Sylvie just came back from washing up by the river. Just happened to run into the ORC's Hokame to deliver meat and hides to them. A total of 4 animal hides and 40 caddies of meat were received. The ORC's here. They already knew how to use it to cure and make dried meat. They sent nothing but dried meat. Sylvie placed the animal hide on the bed. He hung the dried meat on the wooden rack by the cave entrance used for airing the animal hide skirt. Looking at the empty cave, planning how to renovate. No surprise. He should still stay in this tribe for a while. There's just 1 month left until the cold season. You'll have to at least wait until the cold season is over before leaving. Ximo has already woken up. He was severely injured and hasn't recovered yet. Another round of pain and suffering. You really need to nourish yourself properly. Sylvie took the leftover fresh saber-toothed tenderloin from last night. The thickly sliced $10 bill is really awkward to handle. Can't even cut through the meat. If only his terminal could. Use it then. It's filled with all kinds of emergency medicine. There are still quite a few cold weapons. Hot weapon bad female. I'm going to the Riverto fetch water again. Zinan's childish voice rang out, interrupting Sylvia's train of thought. He looked at his sensible eldest son. She reached out and flicked his forehead. Rude to call someone mommy, Shinan snorted. Didn't pay him any attention. He clenched the edge of the wooden bucket between his teeth and ran out. 10 minutes later, Sylvie placed the sliced meat. Place it into Thestieming's stone pot. Zabay was lying on his side. Occasionally stir the fire. Add fuel to the fire. Suddenly, Sylvie looked at her adorable little son. Open your mouth, dumbass. Wait a bit, will you accompany mom to gather some herbs? Little did he know Thetis soon as Zabay heard this. Frozen in shock. Is it his turn now? The tenderness from yesterday turned out to be just a dream of his. I'll go with you. A slightly hoarse, childish voice rang out from behind. A person and a beast turned their heads at the same time. Ximo has Auradai jumped out of bed, heading straight towards them. Shibay's pale gray eye sparkled with excitement. Second brother, you can get out of bed now. Ximo gently patted his fluffy head with a raised paw. Silly Shibay bro is fine. Don't worry. Don't want to end up crippled later. You'd better go back to bed and lie down now. The moment Sylvie's voice rang out, the cheerful atmosphere instantly froze. Ximo didn't expect that he had eaten a few extra bites of meat. He was thrown to Theanting team as bait. The pain of having a broken hind leg and a bitten off tail. It instantly swept through the entire body. The initial joy of being able to walk again, gone without a trace, so he immediately spoke up. None of your business. I'm your mother. If I don't take care of you, who will? You said you didn't want me anymore. Why are you still bothering with me? Ximo's eyes welled up with tears. Turn your head away. No longer looking at Sylvie. Sylvie's heart clenched. The tone involuntarily softened. How could Momo's mother ever abandon you? Yesterday was my mom's fault. I shouldn't have been so impulsive and put you in danger. His voice carried a hint of choked sobs. He reached out and gently placed his hand on Ximo's back. Pet him gently. Don't avoid his hand. With a tearful voice, Hess shouted, "You're lying. You were so heartless to throw him out like that yesterday. How could I possibly feel heartbroken? I was almost torn to pieces by those ferocious beasts." Thinking about yesterday's despair, the heart that was once slightly moved is sealed away once more. Shibay was passing gangziously in circles. Second brother's mother knows she was wrong. Your wounds were all healed by your mother. Please forgive your mother. Zabay, how could you call her mother? How he treated us in the past. You forgot, didn't you? Zabay let out a pitiful whimper, lying on the ground and scratching with its paws. After stewing for half the day, he finally managed to squeeze out a single sentence. But he's already changed for the better. Now is just perfect. At this moment, Hinam was carrying a bucket of water in his mouth. Scene. It's the image of my two younger brothers huddled together, thinking that Sylvie was taking advantage of his absence to bully them again. Simon suddenly threw the bucket away, charging over aggressively, staring at Sylvie with furious eyes. Bad bitch, you're rebelling them again. I'll fight you to the death. Seeing this, Zabay. He quickly used Hispity to block Sylvie, shouted loudly, "Big bro, that's not how it is. Mom is apologizing." Xingto's second brother, Simon, froze in place. His dark eyes widened in shock. Unbelievable. Ash stared at Zabay. Then he turned to look at Ximo. Sylvie carried Ximo back to bed. This time, Ximo didn't resist. I know it's hard for you to believe right now, but mother was truly determined to change. This time you got hurt. The most regretful thing mother has ever done in her life. Shinan stood to the side. He looks a bit awkward, realizing that he had misunderstood Sylvie, but couldn't bring themselves to swallow their pride and apologize. Just muttering under my breath, who knows if you're really sincere? Don't just the talk again. Sylvie looked up at Shinan with a serious expression. Nan's mother will prove it with her actions. Back then, Mother couldn't protect you all. You've suffered a lot of grievances. I won't do it again. Zibei also chimed in from the side. Big Bro's mom looks up. I really know I was wrong. Should we give a mother another chance? I don't want to be with a mother. Ximo lay on the bed hesitating for a while. Still spoke up. I only believe you this once. I hope you won't let us down again. Ximo, shut the hell up. Sylvie returned the stone pot. Stir it a few times inside with simple wooden chopsticks. Watching the bubbling meat broth. He sighed. No bowl, no salt. What kind of miserable life is this? Although there's no dinner, still gotta eat. Took a few clean leaves. Take the sliced meat out and place it on top. Take it to the stone bed and give it to Ximo. He also invited Liang Xiu Kai to eat. Nan and Zibei obediently over to the stone pot, imitating Sylvie's way of using leaves to pick out the meat slices. But just couldn't pick it up no matter how hard I tried. Several hairs were even burned off. Nan threw the wooden stick in his hand to the ground. Just don't eat, then. Bei looked at Sylvie with a pitiful, aggrieved expression. Want to eat, but can't scoop it up. Sylvie walked over. Help them pick out sliced meat. Place it on a clean leaf. Thinking about how to get a few bowls done today no matter what. Nan ate while secretly sizing up Sylvie. Seeing him take carry off Ximo so attentively, the discomfort in my heart has eased quite a bit. Not long after, a female came over and asked Sylvie to go gathering together. Nan was worried about him. Going alone with Zibei still means having to bring him along. But he refused. The reason is to let him stay and take care of Ximo. Ximo was just about to speak. Was interrupted by Sylvie. No room for negotiation. That's settled then. After saying that, he carried Jixabai and left the cave. Following a few females from the tribe, they walked together out of the village. The female companions, he deliberately kept this distance from Sylvie, still muttering under his breath from time to time. I really don't know. How could he have the nerve tokery that little freak out in public? We should stay away from him. Who knows what kind of disaster it might bring upon us. Sylvie held the uneasy Bei tightly in her arms, gently patting his back to comfort him. Be good, Zhao Bei, don't listen to them. You and your brother are the cutest little ones. Then gritted his teeth. I've had enough and won't bother with them anymore. Turn around and go look for wild vegetables elsewhere. No one in this world knows how to weave a bamboo basket yet. The bamboo baskets all use the animal skin bags sewn from hides. Sylvie thought that she might need it in the future too. Just make do with what's available. Made a simple cage out of vines. Not long after, the prototype of Flousy's work began to take shape. The other females finished gathering wild vegetables. 2 or 3 people were walking towards Zhao Sylvie over here. Seeing Sylvie sitting there playing with the vines, the animal hide bag beside him was completely flat. There's barely any wild vegetables inside. Instantly flew into a rage. What time do you think it is? Still got the mood to fool around with this? Are you here to gather sorceresses or just to have fun? Exactly. We worked hard to gather. He's slacking off here. Let's see how he explains himself to the team leader later. Another female chimed in. The eyes were full of schadenfreude. Sylvie raised her head. Which eye of yours saw me playing around? I made this basket. The idea was to make Futurita collection more convenient. It can hold more stuff. That's just an excuse for you to be lazy. A hot-tempered female. Reach out directly. Wanting to overturn the unfinished basket in Sylvie's hands, Sylvie swiftly dodged to the side, shielding Laozi behind him. A chill rose in the depths of his eyes. You don't have to believe me. But don't break my stuff. So what if it's broken? You're kind of offspringer all freaks. What you're doing can't be any good. That bitch just wouldn't let it go. looking like they're about to throw hands. Sylvie was repeatedly and relentlessly scolded to her face. The temper flared up. He pulled out a whip and lashed it at a nearby tree. The tree trunk, as thick as a fist, snapped in half instantly. If I hear any Onid mouthing my kid again, the next time the whip cracks, it'll be on you. The women who were just acting all high and mighty. At this moment, everyone was stunned by Sylvie's sudden action. Scared to the point of turning pale. That guy who originally wanted to reach out and knock over the basket. The female was so scared her legs went weak. He involuntarily took several steps back. When did Sylvie become so badass? The atmosphere froze for several dozen seconds. A slightly bolder female mustered up the courage to speak. How dare you do this? Aren't you afraid the clan leader will hold you accountable? Sylvie snorted coldly. If the clan leader only listens to your one-sided story, can't tell right from wrong. In that case, even if you blame me, Sylvie isn't afraid. If anyone dares to speak ill of my baby again, I will not forgive so easily. As the words fell, the whip lashed right at the woman's feet. The female was so scared that her legs went weak, collapsed to the ground. The other females, fearful of Sylvie's recently displayed martial prowess, everyone kept their mouths shut, dare not make a sound. They walked together toward the other side. Sylvie continued to fiddle with the basket in her hands. Before long, screams of shock came from the distance. Sylvie didn't pay much attention. Weave the basket properly. Looking around at lush green forest. My eyes hurt. Close your eyes to relax. When I opened my eyes again, the world before me had changed. Originally ordinary plants. In his eyes, it turned into several colors. There's green, and there's black. There's purple, and there's red. His gaze lingered in the green plants. 3 seconds later, the plant's name and its characteristics appeared next to it. He then looked at other colors. All exhibit distinct characteristics and uses. Sylvie took 5 minutes to process this earth-shattering news. Green is edible. Black is toxic. Red has medicinal value. Purple is the unknown. He suppressed his inner excitement. Pick the green edible plants into the basket. It didn't take long before it was completely filled. It was already getting late at this point. The other females went back earlier. I don't know if it's on purpose. No one called him. He doesn't care either. Carrying a basket and holding Xibi, he walked toward the tribe. Just got back to the village. Sylvie sensed something was off. A group of people gathered in the center of the village. He walked closer to take a look. A woman lay on the ground, her face deathly pale. The calf was swollen up high. The wound still faintly showed a dark purple hue, like being bitten by a venomous snake. The people around looked anxious and flustered. Where the hell is the witch doctor? Why isn't he here yet? Sylvie looked carefully. The one who got bitten was that hot-tempered female. Seems to be Khaled Mijuo or something. It's none of his business. He was about to dump the wild vegetables to save himself. Just as he turned around, a female named Mina suddenly pointed at him. It's him. It's all his fault for bringing that cursed brat out. Bring us bad luck. The venomous snake just bit Mijuo. Right. Ever since those little monsters were born, nothing good ever happens in our tribe. Another young female jumped out, waving arms in agitation. Someone from the clan got injured while hunting before. Now, someone else got bitten by a snake. What else could it be if not the bad luck they brought? The people around heard these words. It makes more and more sense. Echoing in agreement. Drive them away. Otherwise, the tribe will face even more disasters. Someone in the crowd shouted. Right, get kicked out of the tribe. Shi Bei was so frightened by this commotion that she clung tightly to Sylvie. Her whole little body nestled into his embrace. The body is trembling slightly, without a doubt. Is there really no other way? At this very moment, Nidwo's several beast husbands anxiously asked. His face was filled with despair. If Nido dies, they won't survive either. The witch doctor let out a helpless sigh. This snake venom is too unusual. Unless you're a priest, there's no hope left. I really can't do anything about it. At this very moment, Nito's two beast husbands spoke. I took Nito to the Black Forest tribe to seek healing from the priest. Right, let's go to the Black Forest tribe. Kai, you two are insane. The Black Forest tribe is 5 days' journey from our tribe. The journey is fraught with dangers. Can Nito handle the hassle? The two of them naturally understood, but they can't either. Helplessly watching his own female die. Because that would mean they have to tag along too. Zhang thus had a very pained expression. Sylvie silently noted down the Black Forest tribe. He lowered his head and looked at Zibei trembling in his arms. This is undoubtedly a chance for them to prove themselves. Sure, let me give it a try. The sound is soft when shaken gently, yet it clearly reached Devarian's ears. Everyone's gaze, all eyes were suddenly on him, surprised and skeptical. More than anything, it's dissatisfaction. What can be done? Even the witch doctor couldn't do anything about it. Don't make things worse here. Sylvie ignored Theodor's mockery, walked straight to the side of the injured female. He crouched down and took the woman's hand. Take the chance to give him a little healing energy. Stop the toxin from spreading further. He could actually use healing magic to purify the toxins. But these aren't worth it. And given the nature of these ungrateful bastards getting old too fast, they are ungrateful. Let them suffer a bit more to leave a lasting impression. Right after, Sylvie told Nova of a certain medicinal herb. Perhaps this can cure the poison. Nito's two beast husbands wearious if they had seen a lifeline. Get down on your knees and beg him to save someone. Calm down. They also understand. Even if we make it to the Hessian tribe in time, Nito might not even be able to save this. Now, Yuck Yu says there's a way. They are their only hope now. Sylvie, I beg you. We must save Nito at all costs. It was our Dodwo how was in the wrong before. I apologize to you on her behalf. From now on, we'll do whatever you tell us to do. Kai's eyes were red with anger. The voice was choked with tears, and also kept kowtowing non-stop. His forehead was scraped bloody. Sylvie, we're begging you. Save our. Sylvie looked at them in such a state. The anger in my heart has mostly subsided. Although he doesn't like you avoiding him. It's not worth causing so many deaths over a few verbal arguments. He got a second chance at life. Maybe I was saving lives and helping the injured in my past life. Virtue brings its own rewards. Alright, get up now. Since I said I would save you, I won't just ignore it. It's almost dark now. I need someone to accompany me to gather herbs. Dell stepped forward. I'll go with you. I'm quite familiar with mountains and forests. Glad to be of help. The other few young and strong ORCs. They also expressed their willingness to go together. They all understand. If Nito is really dead, their tribe not only lost a precious female. At the same time, 5 strong ORCs were also lost. I wanna go too. Stopped by Sylvie. He told the other person to wait. Go prepare clean animal hides. Boil another pot of hot water. Remember to wash the pot clean before boiling water. Afterwards, Sylvie lets Abe go home by himself. It's getting dark. If you don't go back now, Shinan and Shamu will be worried. Zhao baby, you go back first by yourself. Mom will be back soon. Hungry? Grill your own meat. Watching Zabe's figure disappear from sight, Sylvie turned around and walked with Dale and the others toward the outskirts of the tribe. The sky gradually darkened. Strange sounds occasionally came from the woods. Everyone's nerves were on edge. Dell whispered a reminder to everyone to be careful. At this moment, the wild beasts in the mountains and forest shave all started to come out and move about. Sylvie nodded. He tightened his grip on the torch. Let's go collect herbs at the spot we scouted today. Where there is a venomous snake, there is always an antidote nearby. Sylvie remembers. The place we explored today had quite a few unique plants. A group of people, carefully advancing towards the direction where the tribe gathers resources. The dry branches and dead leaves beneath our feet crunched under their steps, making a creaking sound. In the quiet mountain forest, it was especially jarring. Just as we were getting close to the destination, Sylvie keenly picked up on it. Something is wriggling in the grass ahead. Before he could make a move, the ORC beside him had already darted out. Soon after, they pulled out a green snake over a meter long. Seeing this, everyone became even more cautious. Sometimes venomous snakes and insects are more dangerous than large birds of prey. Sylvie's gaze swept across the surroundings. The gaze fell upon the glowing red light. Plants on the body. He just saw the name oft venomous snake on Nito. I quickly found the medicinal herb I was looking for, just in case. He picked a few more varieties. The group didn't dare delay after obtaining the medicinal herbs. Speed up and head back. When we got back to the tribe, Nito has already been moved to the square. Sylvie stepped forward and handed the herbs to Kai. Let him go smash things up. Let him go fetch hot water. The witch doctor didn't leave for some reason. Watching him bustle about, eyes heavy with emotion, Sylvie pretended not to notice, since I've already pissed him off anyway. Not afraid to offend even more thoroughly. The next second he spoke. You show your claws. Della looked at Sylvie with a puzzled expression. I don't understand why Hesse Denley made such a request. What are you trying to do? But Dell didn't understand. Still showed their sharp claws. Then he pointed at Middo swollen and blackened calf. Say you make a color at the tooth. Mark. The snake venom in Mijawo is too potent. Just relying on herbs isn't enough. The poisoned blood must be squeezed out first. Otherwise, the toxins will keep spreading. Even if the priest comes, he will die too. Dell gritted his teeth. Nodded. He held onto Nidoskalf with one hand. Hold him down. With sharp claws, a cut was made on the swollen, red, and blackened area of Nito's skin. Hurry up and help squeeze out the poisoned blood. Someone like me who follows the rules. Sylvie used her own two hands, squeezing near the wound on Nidwo's calf. Squeeze out the poisoned blood. Dell and Kay follow Edsiv's instructions, rhythmically squeezing skin around the wound. The blood that first came out was dark and murky. It emits a pungent, fishy stench. Under continuous pressure, the color of the spilled blood gradually faded. Sylvie observed Duo's reaction. The color is almost the same as the spilled blood. Stop it right now. Sylvie asked and to rinse her wound with water for her. The wound is cleaned. Sylvie picked up the herb she had prepared from the side. He applied the crushed herbal medicine to Nito's wound. Everyone gathered around, watching nervously. No one dared to make a sound. Until Nito's face gradually regained some color. The swelling on the calf is also starting to gradually subside. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. People started buzzing with discussion. The witch doctor glanced at Nito on the ground. His gaze lingered on Sylvie. A face full of disbelief. How is that possible? I can't believe he actually managed to save it. Suddenly, Dell spoke up. See what I mean, everyone? Sylvie and her kid. Not only did it not bring misfortune to the tribe, instead, he ended up saving his own people. We can't let baseless suspicions dictate our actions, hurt their own teammates. The few females who just accused Sylvie. Upon hearing Dell's words, a look of shame appeared on his face. They all lowered their heads in silence. Along with those ORCs, the way they looked at Sylvie changed completely. The witch doctor's face turned even uglier. Dell is clearly slapping him in the face. If he really manages to save him, his prestige within the tribe is bound to be affected. He would never allow this to happen. At this very moment, Sylvie got up from the ground, brushed the dust off my clothes. All right, now, we can carry him back to rest. Tian Liang woke up as soon as the sun rose. Go pick the herbs yourself tomorrow and change them for him. If you don't understand, come ask me again. Sylvie walked into the cave. The warmth carried the aroma of grilled meat right to our faces. Shinan looked up and saw him. Quickly lowered his head again, pretending not to see. Zebei immediately jumped up from the ground. With his short little legs, he happily ran over to Sylvie. He clung to his calf with all four limbs. Climb up by hanging onto him. Mom, you're finally back. My brother and I were worried about you. Who's worried about him? Shinan turned his head away, muttering under his breath. The ears hidden beneath the white fur involuntarily turned red. Sylvie smiled and scooped Shibei up, holding in one's arms. Then he looked at Shinan. The expression so exaggerated. Wow. Thanks for the hard work, Jiaonan, grilling the meat for me. Who said I was gonna grill for you? I'm baking this for myself, although Nam says so. But sped up the flipping of the barbecue. At this very moment, Zebei blinked his big eyes. Asked Mother, has that bitch been dealt with yet? Sylvie then smiled and said, of course. Your mom steps in. There's no one-a-ho can't be saved. Wow, Mom is so amazing. Our Zhao baby eye is really impressive too. Suddenly, Shinan handed him the best grilled skewer. The conversation between Theman and the beast was interrupted, calling her a bad woman. This burnt pieces for you to eat. Sylvie looked at the skewer Shinan handed over. The color is golden. A slight sheen of oil seeps out. Not a single bit of charring. At first glance, this is clear like best skewer on the grill. He couldn't help but laugh, reaching out to take the skewers. Oops. I really thought Zhao Nanwen's actually teaching me. So this was the best bunch after all. Zhao Nan really does love me the most. Shinan uncomfortably toward his head away. Eat it if you want, or don't. If you're not gonna eat it, give it back to me. Actions speak louder than words. But his hand showed no intention of reaching out to take it. Shibei, take this to Ximo. Shinan handed another skewer of grilled food to Zebei. Let him take it to Ximo on the stone bed. Zebei licked his paws. Open your mouth and bite the meat skewer. Running towards the stone bed. Wait for him to come back. Shinan handed him a third skewer of grilled meat. He picked up another piece of meat and skewered it himself. Brother, let's eat together. Shibei tore off a palm-sized piece of grilled meat and handed it to him. Shinan was slightly taken aback. His gaze fell on the small piece of grilled meat that Zebei handed over. A wave of warmth surged in my heart. You don't have to eat it yourself. I'll be done in a sec. Shibei refused to let it go, waving that piece of grilled meat in front of Shinan. Bro, just eat it. Shinan couldn't win the argument. Had no choice but to open his mouth and take it. Zebei happily wagged his tail. He plopped down right next to Shinan. He took a big bite of high-sound skewer of grilled meat. Grease splashed on the corner of the mouth. The fur around the mouth got wet. Sylvie was somewhat moved by the interaction between the two brothers. His expression softened in volatility as he moved. Bent down. I feel all sticky. It's really unbearable. I didn't think much of it at first. The thought of taking a shower. He felt itchy all over his body. Especially the head. It's itching like crazy. Look outside the cave. The sky had completely darkened. He's planning to take the two Lidiones to the river for a bath later. Sylvie stood up, brushed off the non-existentest on his clothes. Facing Zebei, who was happily eating, he spoke. Zhao Nan Zhao Bei. After we finish eating, let's go take a bath by the river. Shinan flipped the skewers with steady hands. Shibei had his mouth stuffed with grilled meat. Hearing this, he immediately stopped chewing. Even his tail instinctively tucked itself between his legs. Shinan was the first to snap out of it. The tone carried a hint of resistance. Wash it yourself if you want to. I won't wash it. He avoided eye contact. I didn't dare to look Sylvie in the eye. The fear in her eyes was caught by him. Zabay quickly swallowed the grilled meat in his mouth. His voice was so frantic it almost cracked. Mom, it's getting dark. It's dangerous out there. No need to wash it, then. His body couldn't stop trembling. Claws unconsciously dig into the ground. Sylvie saw how persistent they were. Doubt arises in the heart, recalling related memories in the mind. In an instant, some vague fragments like shattered light and shadow. It flashed through his mind. Sylvie suddenly opened her eyes filled with shock. After the shock, the pain spread instantly across my chest. Alright, if you don't want to go to the river, then we won't go. Mom came back with water to wash you guys. With unsteady steps, he headed toward the cave entrance. The night is as dark as ink. Sylvie was carrying a bucket, hurrying towards the riverbank with quick steps. I never expected that outrageous memory. My whole body is trembling. I didn't expect to try it after they were born. The original host just wanted to kill them. They're still wet behind the ears. Throw it into the frozen river water. Sylvie arrived by the river. The river sparkled with shimmering ripples under the moonlight. But at this moment, he had no heart to admire the beautiful scenery. Alertly scanning surroundings, after confirming there was no danger, quickly stripped off his clothes and walked into the river. He was scrubbing in the river for a long time. Finally got myself all scrubbed clean. I feel like I could scrape off half a pound of dirt, reaching up to touch his messy bird's nest of hair. Greasy and tangled. If there were scissors, he just wants to chop it all off with a couple of snips. I can't take it anymore. So dirty and no shampoo. How to wash it? Frustrated Liskrink his head. Suddenly, his wrist felt warm. Look down. A blue iris appeared on the wrist. He widened his eyes in disbelief. His terminal is back. Sylvie was both shocked and delighted. Subconscious lichted with a finger. In an instant, a virtual interface appeared in his mind. The familiar interface almost brought him to tears. This is no ordinary terminal. It is connected to a vast space. What's stored inside? These were all things he carefully collected in his past life. Eyes scanned from daily necessities to clothes and shoes. Then there were several shelves piled high with cold weapons and firearms. He's even more confident now. The gaze once again fell back to the daily necessities section. Shampoo, Sylvie silently recited in her heart. As soon as the words were spoken, a bottle of shampoo appeared in his hand. Half an hour later, Sylvie took out the compressed laundry detergent from the middle compartment. Wash the dirty animalhide skirt clean. Pack your things. Fetched a bucket of water. Carrying it back as he walked. He didn't notice the big tree on the other side of the river. A bird that looks like a rooster is lying down. His eyes. He was staring fixedly at his retreating figure without blinking. At this point, he had already shed his bird form. Take human form. Tall and slender in stature. A figure in black hides within the night. Sylvie didn't show up. He was there. At first, I wanted to avoid it. But thinking about the purpose of this trip, he dismissed the idea of leaving for the time being. It's also because they haven't left. That gave him such a spectacular scene to witness. He is the variable mentioned by the high priest. Interesting, hedged in a flash. Returned to beast form. Silently following behind Sylvie. Wait until Sylvie returns to the cave. Shinan and Zabay have already finished eating barbecue. The three Lidiones are fighting, sitting by the stone bed and talking. When they saw him come in, they knowingly shut their mouths. Sylvie felt like she was being watched. But he looked around and didn't notice anything unusual. He thought it was just his imagination. Didn't take it to heart. I slept straight through till morning. Just lifted the animal hide curtain. I saw a few ORCs standing at the cave entrance. Sylvie, thank you for saving our... He's awake. Just let Mech know if you need anything. I'll definitely get it done for you. Sylvie nodded. He really has something going on. So he straightforwardly locky his mind. Can you help me go up the mountain to chop some wood and bring it back? He wants to fence the yard. No problem at all. Tell us what kind you want. We'll help you move it back. Sylvie will make a request. They actually felt relieved. This is a little talking off our appreciation, Kai said. He took a few animal hides from another beastman. Hand it to him. He then pointed at the bamboo tube in the other beastman's hand. I guess your salt is almost running out. This should be enough for you until the end of the cold season. There's still one more prey waiting for us to hunt down. I'll handle it and send it over to you. Sylvie nodded. These things mean a thing to him now. It's like giving charcoal in snowy weather. He's got everything at his fingertips. There's just no seasoning. You're too kind. I'm also happy to be of help. Mito's injury still needs attention. Other than the herbs I gave you. Don't use what others have given. If you have any problems, feel free to come to me. Still thinking about the herbs the witch doctor sent over this morning. My heart skipped a beat, so he hurriedly asked, what happens if other herbs are used? Sylvie said this precisely togered against the witch doctor. Seeing his reaction, I immediately sensed something was wrong. Then he immediately spoke with a serious expression. If you want him to die. Even though Yonkai's face instantly turned deathly pale. Her voice trembling, she said, Sylvie. I woke up this morning. The herbal medicine sent by the witch doctor has already been given to Duodwo. What should I do now? Sylvie's heart tightened. He took a deep breath. Try to keep yourself calm. Right after. He asked how long it had been since the other person started taking the medication. He saw how serious he was. The veins on his forehead were bulging. Quickly answering Sylvie's question. We changed his medicine and came right over. You haven't been here for a long time. Sylvie secretly breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Not that long ago. There's still a chance. Wait for me. He went back to the house. Quickly rummaged out a small bottle from the terminal. It contains the antidote inside. Although it can't cure all diseases, but it is extremely effective against some common toxins, Sylvie ordered, saying, take this and give it to him to drink. Don't randomly give him medication again in the future. Not even a priest can save this. After they left, Sylvie plans to take her 3 little ones to find food. He picked up the still injured Ximo with one hand. He picked up the wicker basket with one hand and walked out. She Nan and She Bai followed closely behind. 1 person, 3 beasts. Leave the tribe. Walk along the river upstream. Sylvie wanted to test their appraisal skills. By the way, see if there's anything that can replace salt. He remembered a kind of fruit that could produce salt. Don't know what it's called. All the way. I came across quite a few usable medicinal herbs and edible wild greens. All of it was stored away in his pocket. Dimension. The cold season is coming soon. Recently, the ORCs in the tribe have been stockpiling food for the winter. He naturally needs it too. The tribe distributes food to the females every day. But quantities are limited. The 3 little ones are at age where they're growing fast. Eats a lot too. He needs to stock up more. As a result, no salted fruits were found. But unexpectedly saw quite a few yam vines. Baby, it's time for you to step up. He placed Ximo in Toth nearby rattan basket. Waved to Zabe and Shinan. See this? Follow this vine and dig deeper. This is exactly our food for the winter. As soon as I heard it was food for the winter, the 3 little ones are all very excited. Shinan started searching with a mix of belief and doubt. Zabe was full of energy. Immediately dropped to the ground. Starts digging with little paws. Don't underestimate it just because it's small. Digging up dirt is no joke. The 2 little ones quickly dug up the first yam. Mom, is this really edible? She Bei looked at the black-brown thing covered in mud. A little hesitant, Sylvie picked up the yam as thick as an arm and snapped it in 2. The white yam flesh with streaks is exposed. See if it's not clean. Peel the skin off. Just cook it, and it's ready to eat. And as long as it doesn't break the skin or get torn, No problem storing it until winter. Trust in mother. This winter won't leave you hungry. Xinan didn't say a word. He ran to the spot he had half dug and continued digging. Through their efforts, one by one, the locust trees were dug up. Ximo saw she and Xinan busy. And I couldn't help at all. My heart feels so heavy. If only I hadn't gotten hurt. Suddenly, a fruit hit him on the head. Fell into the mine. He cried out in pain with an ow. Already in a bad mood, he picked up the fruit and threw it. As luck would have it, it hit tree trunk right next to Sylvie. Finally, it rolled to his feet. Sylvie's gaze fell upon the fist-sized, bluish-black fruit. 3 seconds later, the system will automatically and detect the species' wild hickory characteristics. The shell is hard. Nuts are rich in oils and various nutrients. Edible with extremely high energy replenishment value. Sylvie slowly raised her head. They discovered a huge walnut tree right above their heads. The branches are laden with fruit. Look down. There are quite a few half-rotten fruits scattered on the grass. What a pleasant surprise. He asked Ximo to pick up the walnuts on the ground. Amok, quickly look around. Pick more of these fruits. This is really good stuff. Ximo rubbed his aching head where he had been hit. A glimmer of delight flashed in his eyes. Completely forgot about the disappointment from just now. Nodding eagerly, he jumped out off rattan basket. Pick up the walnuts that have rolled into the corner one by one. Put it in the basket. Right after, he asked about something half-rotten like this. Do you want it to? If it's spoiled, can you still eat it? No bad. This is called walnut. Only its skin is bad. There's still a hard shell inside. The flesh inside is still good. Afterwards, Sylvie took out a fin that resembled a hoe from the mid-tier space. They started to ging along with them. The wild yam is very large, bigger than his arm. They only dug up 3 plants. A small pile formed on the ground. That'll keep them for a long time. Half an hour later, a dull sound came from the woods. It was as if some large creature was running. Sylvie immediately listed up on high alert, shielding the 3 little ones behind them. As the sound of chaotic, heavy footsteps drew closer, a dark figure darted out from the woods. It turned out to be massive wild boar. 2 long fangs protruded from the corners of his mouth. Be careful, this is a wild boar in the mountains. Very aggressive. Sylvie whispered a reminder. At the same time, he quickly thought of a way to deal with it. The next second, a massive epig came charging at them. Charge ahead recklessly. A gust of wind stirred up a swirl of dust and fallen leaves. Sylvie hurriedly spoke up. North, she south. You guys take Ximo and hide in the back. Don't you dare come out. Then he put the hoe into his storage space, switched to their signature weapon, the blood-fang vine whip. And the raging boar came charging fiercely. They're getting closer and closer, hooves pawing the ground. The dust kicked up, almost burying his massive frame. Mom, be careful. Zabay anxiously shouted. Held down by Xinan and Ximo, don't speak. He will get distracted. Xinan is also in a hurry. But they don't have any real firepower. Going out would just cause more trouble. The 3 little ones were hiding behind a bush not far away, staring without blinking. Over here, the dire boar charges in. Jumping high into the air, he lunged towards Sylvie. Sylvie remained calm and unhurried, dodged to the side. At the same time, he swung the blood-toothed vine whip. With a snap, the vine whip accurately struck the razorback pig's back. The boar squealed in pain, let out a muffled roar, rolled on the ground. He quickly rolled over and got back up, charging toward Sylvie once again. Sylvie's movements didn't pause for even a second. Seizing the moment, he lashed out again from the side. The movements of the Jicka-pig have noticeably slowed down. Shook his head. He continued to rush towards Zhao Sylvie, the 3 little ones watching from the sidelines. The tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife. Shibei tightly grabadonto Shinan's tail, quietly speaking, "Big bro, is mom going to be okay?" Jim Nan was also scared inside, still pretending to be calm to comfort his younger brother. The bad bitch who doesn't know how to lose is really tough. I can definitely defeat him. Right after, Ian as the pig steps grew increasingly unsteady. The fierce light in his eyes had faded, also gradually dimmed away, finally took another lash from Sylvie. His massive body crashed to the ground. "Mom, you're the best." Zebei cheered and ran out from behind the bushes, dancing and jumping Garen Sylvie in excitement. Meanwhile, Shinan stared at his now empty hand. "Ask about the bad female. Is there poison on your whip?" Zhao Nan is so smart. "But it's not poison. It's an anesthetic, strong enough to knock out large beasts." "Mom, this pig is huge. We can eat for a long time." Zebei excitedly jumped onto Thewald boar and started bouncing. Then immediately, I heard me beloved mommy say gently, "I'll back and make some soup for Bei." Sylvie packed the Chinese yam and walnuts into her dimensional space, staring at the wild boar for a long while. Just toss it into space. Decided to go to the river to deal with it. The two little ones were absolutely filthy. Sylvie couldn't stand it anymore. Holding Shibei by the river and giving him a bath. I specifically used shower gel for him. Zebei was very resistant at first. He comforted me for a long time. Trembling, he stood in Theshalo water by the river. The river water just submerged his limbs, so he wouldn't be too scared. Zhao baby eye is awesome. Sylvie finished taking a bath. Couldn't resist planting a big kiss on his face. Shibei was so embarrassed that he forgot his fear. Sylvie turned around to look for Shinan. Found out he had already climbed up the tree. Sylvie said she won't wash. "Tonight, you're not allowed to go to bed." Ko Hai Nam said he didn't give a damn. Sylvie felt both helpless and heartbroken. But I had no choice but to steal my heart and climb up to drag him down. He must overcome his fear of the river. This world is so cruel. He can't have such a big weakness. Bathing Shinan was as smooth as with Zebei. Flapping too hard. Water splashes up. The animal hide skirt on him was soaked through in a large patch. Sylvie really couldn't hold it in anymore. A light slap landed on his furry butt. That slap made Heimven more heartbroken. Beneath the fluffy furus a scrawny, bony body. All I felt was bones. He's the boss. But the flesh on her body isn't as much as Zebei's. Shinan got spanked, glaring at him in shame and anger. But met his bloodshot eyes. In his eyes was a pain he had never seen before. His struggling movements came to a stop. Bad bitches, better wash up quick. Shinan thought to himself, given that he's crying, just go along with him this once. Sylvie sniffled. Put shower gel on him. This time, Shinan was surprisingly cooperative. I took a smooth and easy shower. Sylvie placed him beside Shibei. Look at Ximo. He patted his head and said, "Amak isn't dirty. No need to wash." Kino breathed a sigh of relief but also felt a bit disappointed. He nodded without saying a word. Sylvie released the wild boar. Take out the Nifine, start handling it. Wait for him to spill the beans. It's already been an hour. The three little ones were all shocked by his appearance. But they tacitly didn't dare to ask. Shinan, you grill this piece. He glanced at the mid-range time. It's already PM. Hand over a piece of freshly cut lean meat. For Shinan, who was watching from the side. Shinan took the meat. I found 2 branches. Skewer the meat. A fire was lit by the river. Shibei also took a piece of meat and started grilling it. Flipping the meat over. Laughing while telling Sylvie that it's her mother. How did I do? Hurry up and praise me. Finished eating barbecue. Sylvie continued to deal with the wild boar. Cut the meat into strips. Put the fish in a bucket and store it in the space. Finished dealing with these. Sylvie carefully washed the pork bones clean again and packed them away, planning to take it back to make bone broth. The three of them are way too skinny. Must get some proper nourishment. After the few of them returned to the cave, almost thought I went the wrong way. The entrance was piled high with logs the size of fists. Sylvie thought building a fence should be enough. Just at that moment, Kai came over carrying a cleaned and prepared game animal. Sylvie, take a look. Is this enough wood? Not enough? We'll go cop more for you tomorrow. Sylvie nodded. Enough, thank you. He thought to himself that they must also be busy hunting to prepare for winter. You can't always rely on others for help. You saved our. This is how it should be. Kai carried Thepri into the cave. This prey is for you. The thank you gift is placed here for you. Kai left. He turned around and looked at the pile of wood. I was already starting to figure out how to build the fence. But it's too late today. Digging a hole to make a fence is already too late. I can start by making a door for the cave. Measure the hole size at West Kiln. Start sawing wood. Several pieces of wood off the same size and length. Piece them together. Secure with nails. He took out the black titanium alloy door panel from the space again. Fastened onto the wooden door. The outer layer is then secured with assembled wooden doors. It looks safe and not too eye-catching. After the door frame is properly installed, it looks no different from an ordinary wooden door. Special locks have been added both inside and outside. Now, it's just them. Others can't get in anymore. He closed the door. Taking out the solar-powered lamp from the space, shake it. Hang the solar-powered light in a suitable spot inside the cave. Press the switch. The soft light instantly illuminated the entire cave, dispelled the darkness. Mom, this is so bright. Much better than a torch. Zabay excitedly ran over. He circled around the lamp several times, eyes filled with curiosity and delight. Sylvie nodded with a smile. With this lamp, at night, it's much more convenient for us in the cave. No need to worry. The torch will go out. At this moment, the meat soup from Heinem's side was also ready. The rich aroma filled the entire cave. Sylvie took out bowls and chopsticks from the space. Pour them some meat broth and set it aside on the stone slab. Ximo took small sips of the soup. I feel very content. He really likes his current stepmother. I hope she stays like this forever. Sylvie watched the three cubs eating happily. My heart feels warm too. Eat more, you're at the age where you're still growing. However, the cave isn't very big. Cooking definitely can't be done in here from now on. The smoke is too thick. If it rains outside, it'll be inconvenient. Sylvie carefully exited the cave. The best solution is to expand. This has to be taken slowly. The cold spell has lasted for 3 months. When the time comes, the heavy snow will block the mountain passes. All plants and animals were covered by a thick layer of snow. Can't go out at all. Not to mention hunting. This isn't even the most dangerous part yet. Food is scarce during the cold season. Big beasts can't find food. We'll set fire sites on the tribe. Other tribes are doing this to survive. They would also plunder supplies from other tribes, killing each other. He carefully observed the situation of the tribe. There are basically no protective measures at all. It's just a simple railing made of a few pieces of wood. Don't talk about stopping the beast. Even the invasion of other tribes couldn't stop it. The only good thing is that this place is remote enough. The nearest tribe is 5 days' journey from here. Not easy to provoke a fight. The immediate issue to address is the problem of beast attacks. In the original owner's memories, there was a beastry last year. The attack on the tribe. The sub-tribe lost over 30 male ORCs to being eaten. Over 100 people were injured. It can be said to be quite brutal. Early the next morning, after getting up, Sylvie had some meat soup to fill her stomach. Starting to get busy building the fence, taking out a hoe from space to dig a hole. Shibei and Shinan rushed over to help. Sylvie swung the hoe. Shallow pits were dug in the ground. Mark the spot and start digging from here. Don't move too fast. Take it easy, don't hurt yourself. The two little ones nodded. The front paws alternately dig into the ground with force. The digging speed is getting faster and faster. The pit is getting deeper and deeper. Mom, look at how I've studied. Ximo stopped moving, raised the little head covered in dirt, looking at Sylvie with an eager expression. Sylvie walked over. He raised his hand to wipe the dirt off the top of his head. He touched the deer antlers on top of his head. Zhao baby eye is really amazing. Fast and well done. Him on the side wasn't about to be outdone either. His small body rose and fell with the digging motions. So cute. In no time they dug a little hole. Ximo saw that he couldn't be of any help. Taking the initiative, Tato handled the barbecue. Spent the whole morning. Sylvie finally finished digging the hole for securing the wooden stake. The rookie invited Lung Xiu Kai to have some barbecue. After eating, back to work. The 2-meter-long piece of wood is quite heavy. He is responsible for carrying the wood and putting it into the hole. Shi Nan and Shi Bei are responsible for backfilling and compacting the soil. Wait until the stakes are firmly in place. The next step is easy. First, tie several long wooden logs horizontally to the stakes. Secure it in place and then fasten it with nails. Wait till he finishes this step. The sun is almost down. It looks like the real deal. He kept on working. Move all the remaining wood next to the railing and stand it upright. Oh, Sylvie. What are you doing? It's usually the male who comes to deliver food to them. Po Ya walked over. Sylvie nodded at him in greeting. Didn't hide anything either. Not doing anything. I just want Tofence off the cave. Need help? Po Ya saw her struggling so hard to move the lumber. Somewhat unbearable. Compared to other females, Sylvie has really suffered so much. Before Sylvie could refuse, Boya went over to help. The ORCs are indeed strong. One time can handle 4 or 5. It didn't take long to finish moving his stuff. Wait for Boya to finish helping. Move the wood. Sylvie wiped the sweat from her forehead. Grateful, I looked at him. Thank you so much. If it weren't for your help, I still have to put in a lot of effort. Boya smiled and waved his hand dismissively. What's the big deal? It's not easy for you to take care of several kids all by yourself. There's no denying it. Sylvie is beautiful. More beautiful than any family he had ever seen. If he agrees, there are quite a few males willing to help him. But after that incident, he rejects all approaching ORCs. Over time, the ORCs in the tribe all tacitly up their distance from him. Sylvie nodded. Back to work again. He picked up the rattan cane, start raising the wooden pole, tied one by one into the crossbar. Boa didn't leave directly. He saw him tying up the rattan cane. Tie him up as well. Someone help. Sylvie didn't refuse either. The two of them worked together. The speed is indeed much faster. By the time I finished, it was already completely dark outside. Shinan had already lit the torch. The flickering flame, reflecting the newly built fence in front of the cave. It also illuminated Sylvie and Boya. A face covered in sweat and dust. Thanks a lot for today. Boya, it's so late already. Why not stay and grab a bite? Boya didn't even think before refusing. His food isn't even enough to eat. How can I stay behind myself? Sylvie didn't press the matter. Just a quick reminder before Helloves, I know a bit about medicine. If you need anything, you can come find me. Sylvie remembered that the original book mentioned. Boya was seriously injured during a hunt. The witch doctor concluded he would live long and was driven out of the tribe. Considering he helped out, you're willing to save his life. Boya was stunned for a moment, then nodded. He also knew that Sylvie had saved Mijuo. Even the witch doctor couldn't save a Miju, but he brought her back to life. It shows that his medical skills are no worse than those of a witch doctor. Their hunting team was always prone to injuries. You never know when you might need his help. After Boya left, Sylvie turned around and walked into the cave to have dinner. After dinner, taking advantage of the cover of night. Sylvie was going to finish what was left before resting. Xinan saw he still had work to do, following behind him. He thinks bad women are really different. Now, he's as good as new. Someone saw you were alone, so they offered to help you. So Sylvie handed him the box of nails. Xinan is very smart. Got the hang of it quickly. Under the moonlight's glow, Sylvie and Xinan continued to stay busy. Wait until all the nails are hammered in. The night is already deep. Sweat broke out on my body. Sticky. Sylvie picked up the clothes, getting ready to go bothy by the river. This time, Xinan and Ximo volunteered to accompany her. It's so late. She's a woman, definitely not safe. Sylvie was pleasantly surprised. After a few days off getting along, the kids seemed to accept her now. Along the way, Xinan and Ximo were like two little guardians, one on the left, one on the right, pressed tightly against Sylvie. A small body exuded full vigilance. Eyes kept glancing Garant from time to time. Sylvie let the two children wait at a spot a bit further from the river. He himself then walked into the shallows. After washing myself, they started giving Luciu Kai a quick wash again. I have no idea what happened during their absence. A dark figure appeared outside the fence, looking closely at the farmer, hand-stroking the nearly invisible black nails. Press your palm against it. He had never seen this thing before. By the time Sylvie and the children returned to the cave, it's already late at night. When they came back, Yakumo has already fallen asleep. Sylvie let out a yawn. Sleepiness is creeping in. Shibei and Xinan also rubbed their sore, tired eyes, lock the door, and go straight to bed. In the middle of the night, Sylvie felt as if several large boulders were pressing down on her. It was suffocating her. Want to turn things around, but find yourself completely stuck. Opening her eyes, she found the three Lidiones sprawled on top of her in various poses. Xinan lay sprawled on top of her head, the furry tail wrapped around her neck. Ximo lay sprawled across her chest, fast asleep. Ximo rested her head heavily on her belly. Her claws were still gripping the corner of her pajamas. The next day, the sun is just right. Sylvie planned to wash the animalhide blanket and hide mat first. Think of another way to get some salt for pickling. Making cured meat also requires gathering firewood and collecting food. Sylvie threw the animalhide blanket into the river. The river water instantly turned murky and filthy. The dark brown stain spread out in the water. It emits a foul smell. This animal hide looks pretty clean. I didn't expect it'd be this dirty. Sylvie didn't let the kids help. He went down to the river Loni to wash clothes by hand. But the animal hide was just too heavy. Can't even grind it. Only step on it with your feet. He took a shower for an hour. After washing it, I realized an even more important issue. He can't handle it alone. Originally heavy, soaked in water, it's even heavier now. Need help? Chongming saw that he had been pulling for a long time, but still couldn't get it up. I really couldn't hold it in. Jumped down from the tree. Sylvie was startled by the sudden voice. Turn around. Seeing an unfamiliar man leap down from the tree with ease. He moves with agility. An innate aura of nobility radiates from every inch of their being. He was completely different from ORCs he had seen in his daily life. Who are you? Sylvie asked warily. His hand involuntarily tightened around the rattan whip at his waist. Chongming slightly raised his eyebrows. You're quite guarded. I am the leader of the Feather Tribe. Chongming passed by this place. Let me know if you need help. It's coming down. Sylvie's brows twitched. The winged tribe worships Chongming. Isn't this the main villain from the book? Just thinking about it. He silently took 2 steps back. Chongming pretended not to see his little trick. Step forward, reaching out to grab a corner of the fur blanket. Effortlessly pulled it out of the water. Sylvie looked at this relaxed demeanor, secretly amazed in my heart. This villain's strength is unexpectedly immense. But he remained on guard. Thanks for your help. But why are you here? Chongming laid the animal hitty in the grass beside him to dry. Clapped hands. I just said I was passing by. Then his gaze fell on Sylvie. Yet you're just a female. How can one person alone wash such heavy animal hides? Sylvie pursed her lips slightly. He wouldn't believe this guy will just show up here out of the blue. None of your business. But no matter what. Still, thank you for your help. I won't hold you your schedule then. Chongming, however, showed no intention of leaving, and sat down on a nearby rock, arms crossed in front of the chest, seriously sizing up Sylvie. Sylvie frowned. Although I felt a bit unhappy inside. But it's not good to force people out either. He turned around and continued cleaning the remaining animal hide mats. Been soaking for a while. The stains above have already been washed away by the river. Just rub it a bit and it'll be clean. Suddenly Chongming looked at the three cubs, slightly raised an eyebrow. Your kid is so adorable. First time seeing someone praising their own kid as cute. Sylvie couldn't hold back, gave him a sideways glance. Don't you think they look weird? Chongming shook his head. There are plenty of weird looking people in the world. You'll realize it on Seo go out more often. Their behavior is completely normal. By the way, it must be tough for you to take care of the little one all by yourself. Where's your beast of a husband? Chongming could sense it. The bloodline Orion these little brats. There's a sense of familiarity. But I can't remember it right now. You can be sure. Their beast husbands wear anything but ordinary. Sylvie paused mid-motion. Stop it, came the cold reply. We're not close enough to talk about this topic yet. He struggled to lift Thuished animal hide mat, getting ready to hoponto the branch next to it. Chongming saw this. Get up and walk over, reaching out to take the animal hide cushion. Hang it up with ease. Why don't you come back to the tribe with me? Our tribe never makes females do any work. Don't rush to say no. You don't want to know. What's the bloodline power of your kid? The little priestess Sylvie's heart skipped a beat. How did this person know he had healing magic? What other bloodline powers are there? He opened his mouth to ask. The figure before darted away in a flash. Disappeared on the spot. Sylvie blinked her eyes. Make sure I'm not seeing things. He really vanished into thin air. This power is absolutely terrifying. If a fight breaks out, he's no match. Suddenly, Sylvie spotted Elle rushing over in a hurry. He was a bit surprised. Then I heard the other person say that Mito was in trouble. Early in the morning, he suddenly get up blood and fell unconscious. Even his beast husband also fell unconscious. The girl has the power to heal all things. But he was treated as an outcast by everyone and driven out of the tribe. Just because the witch doctor feared his power. It would threaten their own position. So he poisoned Thierks he had healed. And the masses were unaware of the truth. And so they saw him as a bringer of misfortune. Little did they know. The witch doctor's little shimshad long been seen through by the girl. He just casually used his special ability. It slapped those idiots who can't tell right from wrong in the face. It turns out it just happened moments ago. Dell ran over to tell him. The Ni Duo family, who had been treated by Sylvie, suddenly, Evriana fell unconscious. Sylvie's expression changed abruptly. His antidote potion is definitely fine. It must be that the witch doctor seized the opportunity to strike again. This witch doctor really hates him. They insist on driving his whole family out of the tribe. The more the witch doctor does this. Sylvie just had tobe contrary on purpose. He had just stepped into the Nido cave. The pungent smell of medicine mixed with all sorts of strange odors hit me right in the face. The cave was bustling with noise. Seeing Sylvie come in, everyone's gaze towards him was quite strange. Mito's face was completely drained of color. The corners of his mouth still bore traces of unwashed blood. Weakly lying on the bed. His beast husband was also unconscious. Breath is weak. Sylvie quickly stepped forward, talking on the condition of the two. His frown grew deeper and deeper. He was just about to use healing magic to treat Mijuo. Was stopped by the witch doctor. Give it up. They stopped living just because they were rejected by the beast god. As soon as he said this, the surrounding female orcs immediately burst into chatter. A look of fear appeared on his face. Some orcs muttered under their breath. Let's not bring trouble upon ourselves. It's better to stay away from them. If the beast god holds it against us, our entire tribe is going to suffer. Sylvie ignored. Throw away these harsh words. Glaring at the witch doctor, retorted. You keep using the beast god's Namito deceive people at the drop of a hat. Aren't you afraid that the beast god might one day lose his temper? Here's your reward, thunderbolt to strike you dead. Mito and her beast husband clearly fell into your poisonous trap. You acted out of selfish desire. So heartless to frame me an innocent person. The one who truly deserves to be despised is you. The witch doctor was so furious that he couldn't speak for a long time. It took several deep breaths to regain my composure. Sylvie, I am the tribe's healer. How dare you question my words? Everyone in the tribe knows. Those brats were born different from the start. If not forsaken by the beast god, then what is it? Now, the Midu family is in trouble. This is the beast god's punishment. It's precisely because of the on good terms with you. That's what provoked the beast god's wrath. Sylvie listened to the witch doctor's shameless distortion of the truth. It just feels utterly absurd. Stop talking nonsense here. If the beast god truly has a spirit, how could one punish an innocent person? Clearly, you're just being petty. Worried that I'll establish myself in the tribe. My baby has gained the recognition of the clan. Your fertility is affected. They resorted to despicable tricks to frame us. The witch doctor was already feeling a bit panicked inside. But the expression didn't show it. Sylvie, I'm practicing medicine for the tribe for many years. How many clansmen have been saved? How dare you slander them so casually? Right after. A burly ORC frowned and scolded Sylvie loudly. How could you say that about the witch doctor? He's the one who saved many of our lives. Ever since you gave birth to those little monsters, the tribe has been plagued by continuous misfortunes. Maybe it's those little monsters you gave birth to. The disaster it brings. The bad bitch who gave birth to a monster. Still dare to formeath witch doctor? What if Dr. Mo gets angry and refuses to treat us? An old, skinny man stepped forward, sighed and said, Sylvie. Everyone has seen the good deeds the witch doctor has done over the years. You should just apologize, seeking the witch doctor's forgiveness. This matter is over and done with. Otherwise, I'm afraid the tribe won't be able to tolerate you anymore. Females may be rare, but the witch doctor is more important to the tribe. Sylvie found it utterly ridiculous. So in your eyes, just based on the witch doctor's few words, that's enough to convict me and my child. Can just ignore the lives of the Nito family. Another young female pops up, hands on hips, pointing at Sylvie and shouting, stop talking nonsense here. The witch doctor is the most powerful person in the tribe. We don't believe him. Is it because I trust you that I'm jealous of witch doctor being respected by everyone? Deliberately smear his reputation. I envy him. What is there fond to be jealous of? Jealous of his poor medical skills, still jealous of his crooked ways. The witch doctor sighed and said, I never thought this old bones of mine would wholeheartedly veto to the tribe. The evaluation received was like this. After this, I won't bother with the tribe's affairs anymore. If you're hurt or sick, go find someone else. The witch doctor finished speaking and tried to leave. Everyone else is getting impatient. An elderly female hurried forward, grabbing the witch doctor's arm. His face was filled with anxiety and fear. Shaman, you must not leave. If you don't care about the tribe anymore, what are we going to do from now on? Sylvie watched the witch doctor's retreating figure, let out a cold laugh. Got caught red-handed, didn't you? The witch doctor heard this, turned around abruptly. You're something else, Sylvie. still not willing to let it go. Since you say so, then I'll just say it straight out today. If anyone in the tribe dares to mess with you again, and your little brat's coming and going, it means getting sick or injured after becoming my enemy. Don't count on me to bail you out. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd instantly fell silent. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. His eyes were filled with hesitation and fear. After a moment, a thin young man hesitantly spoke up. Wu Yi, don't be angry. We will definitalisten to you. This Sylvie is just too immature. We'll show him what's what. Sylvie, hurry up and apologize to the witch doctor. Then take your little monster sand, get the hell out of the tribe. Our tribe has no place for a vicious female like you. Don't you dare bully my mother. The 3 Lidiones got wind of it. He threw down the firewood and rushed over in a hurry. Shinan rushed into the crowd first, standing in front of Sylvie. The tiny body was clearly terrified. My limbs are trembling all over. Yet he still stood in front of Sylvie. Ximo also followed along, also standing in front of Sylvie. We look different from everyone else, but we haven't harmed anyone. Granny Witch Doctor is the real villain. She's lying. The witch doctor heard this. His face turned completely dark. Take a step forward, pointing at the 3 little ones. Your existence is the tribe's curse. Today, if you guys don't get lost, disasters in the tribe will only keep increasing. A burly ORC frowned, impatiently said, what does a little brat know? Get lost and don't bring us bad luck. They're just that tribe's bad luck charm. Sylvie, why aren't you taking them and leaving already? Do you want the entire tribe be dragged down by you? Sylvie pulled the 3 little ones behind her. Give them each a kiss on the cheek. Baby, don't be scared. Mother will protect you. He originally planned to stay until the cold season was over. But this bunch of people is really. Sylvie, do you have a way to wake them up? Dell, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. Sylvie was stunned. I didn't expect him to ask that. Dell, you better stay the hell away from us, just in case something happens. The witch doctor is trying to pin the blame on us again. However, Dell didn't back away from them like the others did. On the contrary, it went even further. Sylvie, we'll talk about other things later. Save people first, the next second. Sylvie nodded. The current situation is like this. Only by saving the Nito family can the curse be broken. I can save Dell with a bright smile. His gaze towards Sylvie grew increasingly fond. Alright, you save people first. Leave the rest to me. Sylvie nodded, no longer paying attention to the surrounding voices of accusation and expulsion. Turn around and walk toward the stone bed in the cave where you're hiding. Nito and his beast husband were barely breathing. Face turned pale. Sylvie placed her hand on. Close your eyes for his forehead. Mobilize the healing power within the body. A gentle, healing energy emanated from the palm of his hand, slowly flowing into Nito's body. Wait until the remaining poison in his body is completely cleared out. Sylvie finally began to examine the cave. His expression immediately drooped slightly. What's wrong, Dale? He noticed something was off with his expression. Open your mouth to ask. Then Sylvie shook her head. He shook his head. They were mistakenly thought to baby and say, like Nito and the others. The crowd instantly erupted in chaos. A trace of barely noticeable smugness flashed across the witch doctor's face. Sylvie, if you want them to rest in peace, take your kid and leave then. Otherwise, the beast god will not forgive them. The other ORCs saw this. Also furious. Open your mouth, you female. You said you could save me. Now, the person couldn't be saved. Hurry up and get the hell out of the tribe with your brats. Don't stay and bring trouble to us. The 3 little ones shuttled closely together. Hoi Pak forced back his tears, eyes welling up with tears. Watching all this with fear and trepidation, he retorted loudly, my mother will never lie to anyone. Sylvie squatted down. Calm the kid down. Just got up and looked at Wu Yi. I didn't expect them to go this far just to deal with me. You're willing to go all out. Then his gaze swept over the group of ORCs. Couldn't help but laugh out loud. Everyone saw this. Feels a bit strange. Can't help but feel a bit creeped out. Sylvie, what are you laughing at? Laughing at how stupid you are. Believe it or not, as soon as we're out of this cave, you'll start feeling unwell. All sorts of problems popped up. He deliberately paused for a moment, then continued to speak. When the time comes, the witch doctor would also say it's because they came into contact with us. It angered the beast god. Bring down divine punishment. Am I right? The witch doctor's expression changed. A guilty look flashed in his eyes. Don't talk nonsense here. Those beastmen listened to Sylvie's words. A trace of fear appeared on his face. Eyes filled with unease. A timid female couldn't help but ask Sylvie, "Are you telling the truth? We're really going to get into trouble." The female next to him hurried over, quickly pulled him away. What kind of question is that? Asking like that, aren't you afraid of offending the witch doctor? Don't trust that jinx, Sylvie. Sylvie hadn't answered yet. The witch doctor rushed to say, "Don't listen to his nonsense. He just wants to scare you guys. So you won't kick him out. He is a female abandoned by the beast god. Doesn't know a damn thing about medicine. Still don't understand the beast god's will." Sylvie let out a cold laugh. Arms crossed. He spoke unhurriedly. "Is this nonsense? You'll find out soon. After all, it was your great witch doctor Wu personally administered the medicine. What's the downside? I can only ask him. It seems the tribe can no longer tolerate you, Sylvie. You'd better tack your kid and leave." The clan leader walked in from outside the cave, looked at him with dissatisfaction. The eyes are full of reproach. The witch doctor was the highly respected elder of their tribe. If Sylvie drives people away because of this, they're gonna lose big. So even if this matter has nothing to do with Sylvie, he also has to make a choice. Father Dale looked approvingly at his father. This is definitely Sylvie. Kicking me out of that tribe is going too far. The team leader frowned and looked at Dale. Dale, the witch doctor, has been in the tribe for many years. Did a lot for everyone. How can we easily doubt him? Dale was so anxious that his face turned red. He took a step forward. Loudly said, "Father, if you want to drive Sylvie away, then I'm leaving too." The next second, even Thetum leader couldn't stay calm. "Damn it, do you even know what you're saying? Dad, you've always taught me since I was little to know how to repay kindness. But what are you doing now? Even if Sylvie was in the wrong, is it really necessary to kick him out of the tribe over this? He is loved by both his father and mother. To die for the sake of saving the tribe." Even he couldn't go on when it came to talking about Dell. Suddenly, the witch doctor spoke to Dale. "Your words really hurt my feelings. I gave my all for the tribe. How could they do such a thing? Now, things have come to this. Only one of us can stay, either me or him. Dell, you go down first. Leave this to me." The team leader scolded Dell afterward. He then turned to the shaman. To ensure the shaman wouldn't get angry, "I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation." Sylvie interrupted him. "Enough, leader. You don't need to say more. I don't care to stay in this kind of tribe anyway." At that moment, Nijuo, who had been unconscious all along, suddenly let out a faint sound, slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the people around him and said weakly, I'll go with you." Nijuo struggled to sit up. "Sylvie, if not for you, my beast husband and I would have died long ago. Now that you're being treated like this, I don't want to stay here either." Nijuo's beast husband also mustered his remaining strength and took her hand, nodding slightly. Yes, Sylvie. We'll go with you." Sylvie looked at them. A warmth surged in her heart. At least she hadn't saved the wrong people. But she also told them it wasn't necessary. You've lived here for so long. With friends and family. Don't leave just out of spite. I'm serious. Sylvie, I wronged you before. After dying once, I finally saw who was truly by my side. Niduo paused for a moment before speaking again. Shaman, I've always respected you. Followed your every word. Why would you harm me? Some of the ORCs nearby heard Niduo's words. Their gazes turned toward the shaman. Eyes filled with doubt. Could it really be the shaman who poisoned Niduo? Even those who blindly trusted the shaman before now wore uncertain expressions. The shaman's eyes flickered, but he forced himself to stay composed, his tone even more stern than usual. Niduo, what nonsense are you spouting? Why would I harm you? You must be delirious from illness. Niduo shook her head, her eyes full of disappointment. Wu Yi, stop lying. I remember clearly. I was already cured by Sylvie. You said you were worried, came to check on me, and left a bowl of medicine. After drinking it, I felt something was wrong. Then I fell unconscious. The beastman also glared angrily at Wu Yi. His voice was weak, but filled with anger. That's right, Wu Yi. You've always been highly respected in the tribe. We've always looked up to you. Yet you do something so wicked and inhumane. Doesn't your conscience ache? The witch doctor was left speechless by their words. He gritted his teeth. A flash of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes. Don't you dare join Sylvie in slandering me. Even if I gave the herbs, so what? Who can prove I poisoned them? Maybe ate something toxic by mistake. Now, you're trying to pin the blame on me. Oh ho ho, witch doctor. Now you're saying it was accidental poisoning? Weren't you just insisting earlier that it was me and my cub who brought this? So the so-called beast god's punishment from your mouth was a lie? The beastmen around, who still had doubts before, now hearing this, looked at the witch doctor with even more suspicion. Stop spouting nonsense. Everything I say is based on facts. When Li Duo was bitten by a snake, wasn't that because of the misfortune your cub brought? This is just another possibility I'm considering. The next moment, Mi Duo's beastman struggled to sit up straight, glaring furiously. Wu Yi, as the tribe's healer, you speak and act without any basis, casually condemning others. If not for Sylvie, we've long been dead under your so-called guesses. An older ORC couldn't help but speak up. Ang Yi, you were indeed way too overconfident before. It's Xiu and their problem. Now, they're changing their tune again. It's hard not to feel like left something unsaid. But the skepticism within is self-evident. The witch doctor noticed the change in everyone's attitude. The heart grouse increasingly flustered, still stubbornly insisting, you've been brainwashed by this female. He just wants to disrupt the peace of the tribe, stirring up trouble between us. Sylvie looked at the witch doctor, her eyes filled with disdain. Who exactly is undermining the tribe's peace? Everyone knows the truth in their hearts. You've framed us time and again, exploiting everyone's reverence for the beast god to commit unjust acts. What do you have to say for yourself now? Chief, it's bad. Boar is injured. Right at that moment, several beastmen from the hunting party carried over a blood-soaked boar. They looked just as battered. Today's luck was terrible. We ran into a beast horde. Boar got hurt. The witch doctor naturally wouldn't let this opportunity slip. Stepping forward to examine, Boar's injuries were severe. The right leg was bitten off, flesh and bone together. Only a thin layer of skiness holding it together. Just looking at it is terrifying. Everyone gasped. The witch doctor shook his head helplessly. See? This is the consequence of interacting with Sylvie and them. Eurasia helped him fix the yard yesterday, and now he's injured today. What else could this be but misfortune brought by them? Some ORCs who already had doubts about Sylvie's family heard the witch doctor's words, and fear crept back onto their faces. They began whispering among themselves. Is it really true? Do Sylvie and the others really bring disaster? I think it's real. Look, first it was you, Duo. And now it's Boya. Both had dealings with them. At that moment, Boya's face turned pale, struggling to sit up. He glanced at the witch doctor, then looked at Sylvie. Weakly said no. It's not like that. The witch doctor glared at Boya, cutting him off. Boya, you're hurt, so rest properly. Your body is weak right now. Your mind might not be clear either. Don't speak or move recklessly. If you do, you might still survive. Boya shook his head. Insisted witch doctor, I'm very clear-headed. I got hurt because I was surrounded by a pack of beasts in the forest. It has nothing to do with Sylvie and the others. Sylvie, see, can my leg be healed? Boya didn't look at the witch doctor, placing all his hope on Sylvie. For some reason, he just felt Sylvie could save him. Sylvie met Boya's eyes full of hope and unease. Nodded, yes. But to fully recover your former agility will take 60 days. Afraid he wouldn't understand the time frame. Added, it'll take about half the cold season to heal. Really? He thought it'd take at least a year or two. Never imagined it'd heal before the cold season ended. The witch doctor watched from the side, his expression growing darker. Even he couldn't heal it. How could Sylvie possibly do it? Such a severe injury. Unless it's the priest. Otherwise, there's absolutely no chance of recovery. Sylvie couldn't be the priest. You think you're so capable, huh? It's just giving people false hope here. Bo, don't let him fool you. If it can't be cured later, and the best treatment window is missed, you'll regret it. Some of the less resolute ORCs around heard the witch doctor's words and began whispering among themselves again, their faces showing worry and hesitation. Just because you can't cure it doesn't mean I can't. After all, you're just a witch doctor. Since I said I can cure it, I must have my own methods. You couldn't heal the royal physician. So why deny others a chance? Are you afraid that if I succeed, it'll expose your incompetence? The witch doctor's face instantly turned crimson. He pointed at Sylvie. Furious, he said, after all these years, the tribe's injuries and illnesses, every time it's Muho takes care of things. What right do you have to question me? Sylvie, can you really cure Boya's leg? The clan leader's voice trembled slightly, remembering what Dale had told him. That Sylvie's abilities were formidable, possibly even a gifted like himself. Could it be that Sylvie has awakened? At this thought, the priest grew visibly excited. A priest only a major tribe deserves one. Priest Sylvie glanced at the clan leader, then at the tribespeople with their mixed expressions, a faint smirk playing on her lips. Since I've already been exiled from the tribe, whether I can cure him or not is none of your concern, clan leader. Hearing this, the clan leader flushed with embarrassment and quickly said, Sylvie, the tribe back then. I'm sorry. We were foolish. After all, you grew up in our tribe. How could we really drive you away? We just wanted to scare you. The surrounding tribespeople quickly agreed. Those who had doubted Sylvie before now lowered their stance as well. Their eyes were full of pleading. If she can heal such severe injuries, then her medical skills must surpass the witch doctor's. They respected the witch doctor only for his medical abilities. Sylvie's gaze swept over the crowd. After a moment of silence, she spoke slowly. It's not impossible for us to stay, but I have a few conditions. The clan leader quickly nodded. Name them. As long as you're willing to stay, we'll agree to any conditions. First, everyone who bullied my little one must apologize to them and earn their forgiveness. Second, from now on, if you seek my treatment, you must pay with equivalent goods. Salt, animal hides, or food will do. Then, Sylvie gave Wu Yi a meaningful look. Third, Only one of us can stay me, or Wu Yi. The next moment, ignoring the clan leader and witch doctor's grim expressions, Biao crouched down and began treating Boya. Healing energy slowly flowed into his body. His complexion visibly improved. The bleeding wound on his leg also stopped. She withdrew her hand and looked at the clan leader. Have you decided, clan leader? The clan leader was lost in thought over the blunder he had made. I couldn't snap out "oh fit" for the longest time. Guessing is one thing. Seeing it confirmed with your own eyes is another. Watching Bo Ya's injuries heal rapidly, the surrounding clansfolk couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Even those who had initially doubted were now completely convinced by Sylvie's medical skills. The witch doctor's face twisted in displeasure. He bit his lower lip tightly, his hands unconsciously gripping his staff. His eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. This can't be real. Sylvie is actually the priestess? He didn't want to believe it. But the truth was right before his eyes. There was no denying it. The clan leader snapped back to reality, his face still flushed with joy, only to sink into hesitation again. The witch doctor had been with the tribe for so many years. He has also treated many injuries and illnesses for everyone. Though her medical skills aren't as good as Sylvie's, but to drive him away all at once, the leader really couldn't bring himself to do it. Yet the abilities Sylvie displayed made it impossible for him to ignore. Keeping Sylvie would undoubtedly bring greater benefits to the tribe. Sylvie, this witch doctor has also contributed to the tribe. Couldn't the leader try to plead for mercy? But before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Sylvie. Leader, since I've proposed this condition, I won't change it easily. I don't want anyone undermining me while I'm treating illnesses. You've seen my abilities. With me here, all injuries and illnesses in the tribe can be treated better. Sylvie's tone was firm. There is absolutely no room for negotiation. The team leader still wanted to try to persuade him. Seeing Sylvie being so stubborn, the words on the tip of my tongue, swallowed it back down. He knows it in his heart. The conflict between Sylvie and the witch doctor is very difficult to resolve. Even he would find it hard to forgive. The clan leader is caught in a dilemma. The witch doctor was also someone he repeatedly invited in the first place. Only then did they agree to come to their tribe. Although my medical skills aren't as good as Sylvie's, but over the years, he has saved many of his clansmen. I've built up quite a network in the tribe. Rushing to kick him out, it's inevitable to cause so much discontent among the clansmen. Even heartbroken. But Sylvie is the priestess. The importance to the tribe goes without saying. Not to mention anything else. Once his identity as a priest is exposed, more beasts will choose to join their tribe. Hope to expand the clan. His gaze shifted back and forth between Sylvie and the witch doctor. The mind constantly weighs the pros and cons. I couldn't bring myself to say it for the longest time. Then, Sylvie chuckled softly and said, "All right." The team leader doesn't have to feel awkward. I'll take the kid and leave tomorrow morning. Hearing this, Zabay ran over, raised its paw and hugged his calf. With a serious expression, she asked, "Mom, where are you going?" "My brother and it will go wherever." Although Zanan didn't say anything, but it walked over and lay down at his feet. The meaning is self-evident. Ximo is hiding in the crowd, lying on the ground. Hide Duan way away, remaining silent. Sylvie's heart ached. Picked him up. Ximo was desensitive by nature. After getting hurt, he became even more unwilling to go out and see people. If it weren't for him today, wouldn't have come here either. Does a mock want to follow his mother? Ximo nuzzled against his chest, gave a low hum in response. Sylvie was just about to leave. Bo Ya struggled to sit up straight. The voice wasn't as weak as when it had just arrived. "Captain, my life was saved by Sylvie. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid I'll have to drag Thysela's leg around for the rest of my life. I don't know what happened before, It's just that Nito was bitten by a venomous snake. The witch doctor declared wouldn't survive. Sylvie managed to revive him. Just now, the witch doctor declared again that my leg is done for. Let me go back and wait for death. Sylvie also saved me. If there were no Sylvie, from now on, anyone in the tribe who suffers a severe injury will just have to wait to die. Bo Ya's words struck accord with many around them. Especially the orcs from the hunting party. They deal with fierce beasts every day. Getting hurt is unavoidable. Back then, when he saw Boa injured, they thought Hugh was beyond saving. Even if the witch doctor managed to save his life in the end. The final outcome was Alsa being kicked out of the tribe. This world is cruel to ORCs. As long as there's new hunting ability, will be driven out of the tribe. Let it live or die on its own. Especially during the cold season. Not enough food. Except for females, many elderly, weak, disabled, and malnourished people have nothing to eat. Even if not driven out of the tribe, they would also starve or freeze to death. Key Sylvie saved him. Right before Thyrise, they saved Boa. The witch doctor heard this. Eyes burning with anger. He was outright furious to begin with. But the very next moment, I can't believe even the team leader is siding with Sylvie. So the witch doctor spoke. I've given my all for the tribe. All these years, I've never neglected any injuries, big or small. Just because of Sylvie. You're about to kick me out. I've been in that tribe for so many years. He's just an outsider. Why take everything from me? Only the silence of his clansmen answered him. Good, 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 good. A pack of ungrateful wolves. Hope you won't regret it. All these years, he hassled so many of his clansmen. Now, not a single person has stepped forward to speak up for him. The fire of anger in my heart burns even fiercer. Wu Yi was so furious that he laughed instead. He turned around and went back to his own cave. His cave is the largest in the tribe. It's also the place with the most complete selection of items. The best things in the tribe are always given to him first. He took the medicinal herbs and neatly arranged tools inside the house. Knocked everything to the ground in one go. Still fuming, he stomped on it a few more times. He worked so hard to climb to this position. But it was all ruined by Western medicine. After venting, Mo Yat slumped to the ground, eyes blankly staring at the surroundings. A complete mess. Memories of injured clansmen kept flashing through my mind. The extremely respectful and trusting manner when seeking his treatment. Before today, they firmly believe in their own words. But now everything has changed. At the same time, on the other side, Sylvie had someone Karibo Ya back to his cave. His leg injury is too severe. Comminuted fracture. The broken bones must be removed before treatment can proceed. Sylvie told them to prep correctly in animal hides and hot water. Now everyone looks at him with a different gaze. No more hostility, along with being very politato his little one as well. After all this fuss, it's already afternoon. The little ones must be hungry. He was going to take them back to eat first. Go give Boya another surgery. Back to the cave. Sylvie took down the heavy stone pot. Take out the brown clay pot from the space and replace it. Looking at the three little ones feeling down. While cleaning, she asked Shannon. Western Desert, she North. Do you want to forgive them? Just because they're too damn ugly. The three little ones were seen as harbingers of disaster from the moment they were born. The tribesmen not only trampled in their only life-saving herbs, and they still want to send him to the beast as a snack. But when they found out their mother was the high priestess, all the ORCs who bullied the little ones ended up regretting it. Originally, just now, Sylvie asked the kids if they wanted to forgive their clansmen. Zabe lay by the fire, claws unconscious lishing the floor, muttering softly, they always used to scold us. Still throwing stones at us. I don't want to forgive so easily. Shinan flicked his tail away. angrily saying they're so mean. I refuse to forgive. Sylvie gently patted their heads, gently comforted, saying it's okay. Forgiveness is entirely up to you to decide. Don't force it. But winter is coming soon. There's not enough time to find another place to live. We'll stay here for the time being. We'll leave once the cold season is over. All right, Shibe wagged his tail with a playful grin, holding Sylvie's sleeve, a face full of affection. Where's Mom? Where I go, bros are there too. 10 minutes later, Sylvie placed the clean pot back on the stove, added some water. He used Chinese yam and the leftover bones from before. I cooked a pot of delicious soup. He took out a stainless steel bowl from space again and gave it to the kids. Sylvie thought to herself, how to do it in half a month. Prepare the supplies needed for winter. The stockpiling of food and firewood for the cold season is absolutely crucial. He plans to go deep into the forest tomorrow to take a look. Maybe we can find more food to store. After the meal, the three Lidiones rubbed their round, full bellies, lying on clean animal hides. Sylvie put away the dishes, added some more firewood. There's still quite a bit left in the pot. Keep it warm for later, in case I get hungry at night. Then he spoke, you all stay put in the cave. Don't go out. Mom went to treat Uncle Bo-ya. Sylvie finished giving her instructions and hurriedly headed to Po-ya's cave. Po-ya lay on the stone bed in the cave. Your complexion looks much better than before. The bloodstains on the leg wound have dried, but the surrounding skin was badly swollen. Seeing Sylvie come in, forcing out a smile, Po-ya, let me treat your wounds first. It might hurt a little. Bear with it, Sylvie said. Then they began to clean up carefully. Clean the blood and dirt around the wound. Handle it cleanly. Take out the medical scalpel. Disinfect with alcohol. Open the wound. Disinfect and wipe off the blood. Use tweezers to clean up the fabric scraps. Bo-ya gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. Not a single sound was made. Sylvie's hands were steady. Little by little, the shattered bones were removed from the wound. In the cave, the only sound was Po-ya breathing in the silence. I don't know how long it had been. Finally, all the bone fragments have been removed. Bo-ya was already in so much pain that cold sweat broke out all over his body. His face was terrifyingly pale. Sylvie carefully cleaned the wound. Stitch up the wound and spray on some medicine to speed up the healing. Bandage it with a clean cloth strip. Finally, they secured his legs with wooden planks. Then he instructed, "The bones have just been set. Remember, you can't get out of bed and walk around for these 2 days. Eating and drinking'll happen in bed. Whatever happens, let your brother handle it. The injured leg can't bear weight." His younger brother Bone heard the noise. I walked in and took a look at Boa, who was wrapped up tightly. That's Sylvie. Is my brother really okay now? Right after, Sylvie went over the precautions with him again. Let Bond take serious notes. Just make sure to Shang-F dressing on time. His leg will gradually get better. Bo-ya looked at him, eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you, Sylvie. If it wasn't you, my leg might be done for. Sylvie waved her hand. No need to be polite. We're all from the same tribe. Helping each other is what we should do. Take a good rest. I'll come back tomorrow to change your dressing. After saying that, Sylvie got up and left. He didn't go straight back to the cave, but went around to the riverside. Put away the fur blanket and the fur mat. The animal hide isn't fully dry yet, but it wasn't as heavy as when the water came in earlier. He can handle it. Carrying the animal hides back to the cave. Just throw them over the fence. As a result, Thai entered the cave. They found a lot more stuff inside the cave. Before he could even ask, Shinan took the initiative to explain about the gifts sent by the tribespeople. They said they were apologizing to us. Sylvie was slightly taken aback, looking at those things placed inside the cave. There's animal hide and fresh lean meat, brightly colored wild fruits. There are also some ancient ones that they've been polished quite exquisitely. The most common one was actually salt. They're really willing to go all out. Did they say anything else? Sylvie asked as she spoke. As he crouched down, gently stroking Zinan's head, Zibei was the first to speak. They said they treated us poorly in the past. They're the ones in the wrong. I won't do it again. And you still say Mum is so amazing. Can cure Uncle Boya's leg. If anyone in the tribe gets hurt in the future, I also want Mom to help treat it. Sylvie looked at Shinan. Shinan let out a light snort. It's just like Zibei said. Sylvie picked him up. Put it on your lap. Looking into his eyes. Zhao Nan doesn't want their stuff? Under normal circumstances, the things in the cave. When Hin Nam sees it, he'll put it away on his own. This time, they just let the stuff pile up on the floor without bothering to deal with it. Shinan let out a snort, turned away to avoid his gaze. They've been bullying us for so many years. How could such a small thing make us even? Sylvie turned his head back. His hand gently stroked his back. Stroke his fur. Zhao Nan, these are all good things. You can keep it. This is what they owe us. Mom knows Zhao Nani's feeling wrong. All these years he've treated us badly. It's not just about saying a few words of apology. Sending some stuff can make up for it. Shinan looked up at Sylvie. Tears welled up in their eyes. If that's the case, then we accept their stuff? We accept these things. It's not because I forgave them. But these things are useful to us. Now, we have these lean meats, wild fruits, and backbone. Hun Xin could have had a better life. Shinan didn't say a word. Sylvie continued to persuade. We can take advantage of their growth. When we become stronger in the future, then they won't dare to bully us anymore. Shinan responded with a dull "oh." Shi Bei moved closer. Lai raised his paw and lightly scratched Shinan's tail. Brother, can we put these things away properly? I saw so many delicious fruits. Shinan turned his head and glared. Zibei only knows how to eat. Having said that, still jumped down from Sylvie's lap, picking up the things on the ground together with Hexi Bei. Sylvie knew. To completely erase the lingering crescent in Zai Zai's heart. It's not that easy. It takes a very long time. At this very moment, footsteps echoed from outside the cave. Sylvie warily looked toward the cave entrance. Just then, Nito walked in. In her arms, holding a few animal hides that look incredibly soft to the touch. Sylvie, I'm here to deliver something to you guys. Sylvie didn't expect Nido would still send something over. I've already accepted your thank you gift. No need for this. This is to make it up to the little ones. I used to say a lot of unpleasant things. I'm really sorry. These animal hides are what we traded for from Central City. Very soft, suitable for making animal hides for cubs. You must accept it. These animal hides. He originally wanted to save it for his own offspring. It's a shame he still doesn't have any kids yet. Nito did say a lot of hurtful things in the past. And now, the other party is apologizing so sincerely. And they even give free stuff. Sylvie was hesitating whether to pick up or not. Mijuo saw Sylvie still hesitating. Got a bit closer. He stuffed the animal hide into his arms. Sylvie, just take it. This is a little something from me. I know what I did before was wrong. I hope you can give me a chance to make it up to you. Sylvie raised her eyes to look at Miduo. Since you've put it that way, I'll take it then. From now on, let's all get along well. A flower showed a joyful smile on its face. Thank you, Sylvie. Let me know if you need any help in the future. Feel free to reach out to me anytime. After saying that, he took another look at the three kids who were packing their things. Gaze, gentle. Your kid is so well behaved. Time quickly arrived at the next morning. Sylvie got up early and got ready. I made some food for the kids. He told his mother to go to Uncleboya to get her medicine changed. Be good at home. Don't run around. Afterwards, Sylvie carried the medicine bag on her back. heading towards Boa's cave. Along the way, he encountered many people from the tribes. Everyone greeted him one after another, with a friendly smile on his face. You don't hit Sumian was smiling at you. Sylvie nodded. Consider this a response. Arrived at Boa's cave. Only he was alone. His younger brother Bone went hunting for some reason. Boya was leaning on the stone bed, eating grilled meat. Seeing Sylvie come in, a smile appeared on his or her face. Sylvie, you're here. Have you eaten yet? Do you want to eat together? Sylvie nodded. No rush if you've already eaten. You finish eating first, then change the dressing. Next time, have Bone make you some meat soup. Hold off on the barbecue for now. Even the bones the tribe doesn't want can be used to make soup. Drinking more bone broth helps with recovery. I got it. Po, you didn't want Sylvie to wait too long. Sped up the eating pace. Wait until he finishes eating. Sylvie stepped forward to examine his wounds. His wound healed a bit better than he expected. The swelling has gone down quite a bit. Sylvie told him their recovery was going quite well. Keep it up. Cannot touch water. Boyle looked at Sylvie, how is examining his wounds. A strange feeling welled up in my heart. Sylvie, wait for metal my leg gets better. I will definitely you properly. Bo, ya suddenly spoke up. The tone is very serious. Sylvie smiled. After not responding, he finished changing the dressing. Sylvie and Boya chatted for a while longer about the things to keep in mind. Boya told him some things about the tribe. There are also some hunting techniques. Sylvie listened very attentively. Hunting skills will be useful for his eye in the future. He may know a bit of martial arts. But how do ORCs hunt? He really has no idea. After leaving Boa's cave, Sylvie decided to take a walk deep into the forest. Now, there's enough salt. He's preparing to marinate the dried meat. Today's goal is hunting while walking along. The dense forest gradually became unfamiliar. Sylvie suddenly realized she had lost her way. The surrounding trees blocked out the sky and sunlight. Sunlight could only filter through layers of branches and leaves, scattering bits of starlight. He stopped in his tracks, striving to find the right direction. After taking a few wrong turns, Sylvie's heartbeat grew increasingly rapid. Beads of sweat also appeared on his forehead. It won't be long before the sun sets. He could no longer find his way back. Tonight, he can only spend the night in the forest. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the bushes. Sylvie instantly tensed up. Get into a defensive stance. A body covered in sharp spikes. An unnamed animal emerged from the grass. He glanced at him and then hurried away. Sylvie breathed a sigh of relief. The forest at night is extremely dangerous. He took out the mechanilgun and held it in his hand. Keep moving forward. Walking along. The air seemed to carry a hint of something unusual. That is an indescribable feeling, with a unique smell that is a mix of sour and salty. Sylvie's heart stirred. It can't be Wad's thinking, right? His footsteps in volatility quickened, following the direction of the scent. A lush rock fig tree suddenly came into view ahead. Amidst the scattered green leaves, clusters of red fruits hung densely. The fruit surface is covered with a thin layer of white crystals. Sylvie slightly parted her lips, unable to hide the excitement in their eyes. Reach out to pick. Fingertips to shed the rock lichen. The skin with a slight prickly sensation. The fruit effortlessly fell into the palm of the hand. He couldn't wait to put one in his mouth. First, a sour sensation tingles the taste buds. Then the savory aroma slowly spread out. Two flavors intertwine. Very magical. He didn't care about the rest. Quickly plucking clusters of small fruits coated with salt crystals. Such a big tree. So many fruits. That's enough to keep him going for many years. He's very fast. In no time, all the spots within reach were picked clean. Just as he was thinking whether to climb or not. When going up to pick it, there was a strange noise not far away. The birds in the tree were startled and flew away. Sylvie instantly became alert. taking out a mechanilgun from the space. Eyes alertly turned toward the source of the sound. There was a bear covered entirely in dark brown fur, darted out from the bushes. Noticing Sylvie's presence, letting out a dull roar, he stood up in a flash. Sylvie looked at the brown bear that was twice as tall and many times larger than him. Swallowed hard. This situation. Only a fool would choose close combat. Don't give the brown bear a chance to react. Sylvie fired the first shot. The silenced bullet cut through the air. He shot straight at the brown bear. The brown bear reacted extremely quickly. The massive body suddenly lurched to the side. The bullet grazed its fur as it flew by. It only left a shallow scratch on him. The brown bear felt the pain, growing increasingly furious. The murderous intent fully revealed. All fours on the ground, charging straight towards Sylvie. Sylvie's heart tightened. The power of this machine gun is not weak. But facing such a massive and ferocious brown bear, it's not easy to win with a single decisive move. He quickly adjusted his position, circling around the thick tree trunk to dodge. At the same time, they kept firing their guns, trying to intimidate this beast. But the brown bear has thick skin and tough flesh. Several bullets hit him. It only slowed down his movements slightly. There's simply no way to stop his attacks. Sylvie changed guns again. This is a high-powered pulse gun. The recoil is massive, but its power should not be underestimated. He tightly gripped the gun with both hands, fingers tightly gripping the trigger. The brown bear is extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it was already closing in. Sylvie took a deep breath. Steady your stance. At the moment the brown bear was about to pounce, he pulled the trigger. The powerful impact. The massive body of the brown bear was sent flying sideways. He crashed heavily into a tree over 10 meters away. The thick tree trunk snapped instantly. The tree trunk crashed to the ground with a thud. His limbs were still twitching slightly. But in the blink of an eye, there was no movement left. Sylvie stood frozen in place. My mind went completely blank. It took a long time to calm me back to my senses. His hands, due to the massive recoil and intense impact, and trembling uncontrollably. My legs also feel a bit weak, both shocked and terrified. It's finally over, he muttered to himself. It took a long while to calm down. Sylvie slowly walked up to the brown bear, confirmed he is completely dead, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, suppressing disgust, hastered it in his space. Pack up your emotions. Not sure if I'll be able to open this place again later. He chopped down their remaining yanfuzi branches. Take it to go. The sun was almost setting by now. He could no longer find his way back. We'll have to stay in the mountains tonight. The sky grew increasingly dark. Sylvie's footsteps grew increasingly light among the mountain forests. Every attempt to figure out the direction. Yet all were disrupted by similar trees. He feels like he's been going in circles. The surrounding light, slowly devoured by dense, tangled foliage. At last, the final glimmer of twilight faded away completely. Sylvie had easy but to accept the fact that we have to spend the night in the mountains tonight. He suppressed the uneasy in his heart, start looking for a place to stay. Luckily, at the foot of a cliff, he discovered a cave. The entrance isn't very big. There was a damp smell lingering inside. He took out the energy lamp from the space and turned it on. The pale light instantly dispelled the darkness inside the cave. But that damp, musty smell only grew stronger. Sylvie frowned deeply, looking around. The cave walls were covered with unknown moss, gorgeous, yet eerie. This environment is completely unsuitable for living. No choice, he had to leave. Finally, they found a big tree not far from the cave entrance, climbed up, planning to rough it out for the night in the tree. Sylvie took advantage of the lamplight. Quickly and nimbly climbed up the tree, found a relatively sturdy branch. He took out another animal hide from the void and draped it over himself. Just as he was about to close his eyes and rest, There was a faint rustling sound coming from above. His first thought was a snake. Instinctively gripping the branch tightly. With one hand, he whipped out the rattan cane and lashed it upward with a fierce swing. There was just a sudden click sound. What the hell got hit? The rustling sound that followed as it fell. Taking a look by the light off the borrowed energy lamp. It's a bird's nest the size of a football. At this moment, the bird's nest was hanging upside down from tree, on the verge of falling, but not quite dropping. Sylvie was taken aback. Before he could react, a pitch-black bird flapped its wings and lunged at him. Instinctively reassured it to grab it. It hurts, stop grabbing me. Sylvie's hand trembled. Almost threw it out. You know how to talk. The little guy glared at him angrily, puffing up his cheeks. The golden eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. Hey bad bitch. You hurt me. Sylvie finally snapped out of it. What kind of black bird is this? Clearly, it's an ORC cub. Taking a close look at the hair on his head. Automatically identify species information. Golden crow of the races. Physical characteristics. The entire body is covered in black feathers. As a child, I was no different from a crow. Adult plumage dark golden in color. The eyes and claws are both golden in color. The ability possesses the special power to foresee disasters. Disaster is coming. Blurry images and fragments flashed through my mind. Jinwoo Sylvie was so shocked that her mouth hung wide open. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Isn't this the female lead's exclusive pet? How could this happen? This little crow with snow-white red feathers, born under an unlucky star from the very beginning. And the only person in this lifetime willing to lend him a helping hand. It turns out to be the most vicious and lazy bad female in the tribe. Because only he knows. The little crow has the ability to foresee disasters. You can even visualize the correspondence in your mind beforehand. It turns out it was just moments ago. Sylvie was deep in the forest. I encountered a young beastman from the Golden Crow tribe. Thinking about how he tore his home apart. He felt a bit awkward. Busy apologizing sorry. I didn't mean to. Tomorrow I'll help you set up a new home. Wu Yu heard this. The body stiffened. The anger in his eyes instantly faded away. What took its place was deep wariness. He was seen as exceptional from a young age. The Jinx was extremely suspicious of this sudden kindness. Turn your head away. Shut up. I don't need your fake kindness. Sylvie looked at him in this state. For some reason, I thought of him. A hint of pity welled up in my heart. I genuinely want to help you. No offense. I accidentally messed up your place. This is what I should do. The other person coldly turned their body away. Blocked the view with wings. Say no need. Sylvie only noticed his injured wings halfway through her painting. No wonder he thought his flying posture looked a bit odd. You're hurt. Holy shit, Sylvie suddenly thought. Could it have been from slap I just gave myself? Wu Yu glared at him fiercely. Turn around. Sylvie saw this scene. Instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Damn, really is that? I'll heal you. Saying it without caring about his reaction. They brought him over for treatment. Wu Yu's body sank slightly as he struggled. But was enveloped by a warm presence. The pain on the wings gradually lessens. Stunned for a moment, I forgot to struggle. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. From now on, I'll protect you. After examination, it was found that his injury was an old one from a long time ago. It wasn't caused by him. He didn't let a sigh of relief. It makes me feel even more heartbroken. This reminded him of the past experiences of the three little ones. Crows are always considered odominous no matter the time. He would rather live deep in the forest. Would rather not live in the tribe. You can guess what happened to him in the tribe. Or worse, he might have been kicked out of the tribe. Wu Yu had never heard such warm words before. His long-standing experience made him hesitant to trust easily. He bit his lip. Whispering, why are you so nice to me? Aren't you afraid you'll bring misfortune? There's no such thing as a jinx in this world. It's just that Peoplarifus to believe. It's just an excuse for incompetence. Sylvie reached out and gently stroked Wu Yu's head. Wu Yu instinctively shrank his head, but didn't dodge it. Then, Sylvie's voice was immediately heard saying, "Do you want Tokomi back with me? I have 3 cubs the same age as you. I believe you'll get along well." Wu Yu thought of being in the tribe. The scene of being bullied by peers of the same age. A trace of fear and unease flashed in their eyes. She whispered softly, "Will they like me?" Sylvie watched Wu Yu's cautious and tentative demeanor, gently picked her up with a heart full of tenderness. The tone was gentle and soothing. "Of course, my Bobby Asari all very kind. They will definitely like you." Wu Yu's body trembled slightly. He lowered his eyelids, concealing the turbulent emotions surging within. After a long while, he slowly raised his head. Tears glistened in youthful eyes. The voice carried a hint of barely suppressed sobs. "It's not that I can't do anything. I can only foresee disasters, but can't quite explain it clearly. Everyone hates me. They all say that my arrival brings disaster. That's just their ignorance. It's not you who brought the misfortune. Disasters still come without you. With you, we can defend in advance, minimize the damage caused by the disaster. This is the ability bestowed upon you by the beast god. You should make good use of it, rather than excluding him." Wu Yu listened to Sylvie's words. The long-closed chamber of heart quietly loosened, showing a tiny crack. Is that really the case? At the same time, on the other side, in the tribe, Shinan, Zibei, and Ximo, the 3 little ones, stood in the courtyard. Eyes unblinkingly fixed on the distance. But there was mindless darkness. "Can't see a thing. Big bro, why isn't mom back yet? It's already so dark outside." Zibei's voice was choked with tears. The tiny body trembled slightly with anxiety. Shinan frowned, pretending to be calm. He assured, "Don't panic. He must have run into some trouble on the way. He's so badass. It will definitely be resolved." That being said, his eyes were also filled with worry. Claws unconsciously serrated the ground. "Let's go out and look for Mom. I'm afraid something might happen to him." Ximo was also feeling very agitated on the side. Shinan hesitated for a moment. In the end, he still shook his head. "No," Mother said. "You can't just leave the tribe whenever you feel like it. We're out. If Mom comes back and can't find me, we'll be even more anxious." The 3 little ones were pacing back and forth in the yard. From time to time, he glanced at the door. Time became unbearably long at this moment. Could Mom have gotten lost? Zibei guessed with a choked-up voice. The tail and ears drooped. Shinan raised a paw and patted his head. "Calm your nerves. Try to make your voice sound more confident. Don't worry, Ivik knows this forest well. You'll definitely find your way back. Maybe tomorrow morning, we'll be able to see him standing at the door." I'm not sure in my heart either. While comforting Zibei, I was also comforting myself. The night grows deeper. The cold wind howled as it blew past. The 3 little ones still stayed in the yard. No one was willing to go back to their room to sleep. They rose from the moon. Wait until the moon tilts westward. The silver glow gradually dimmed. Sylvie's figure never appeared. Mother Zibei could no longer hold back. Lying on the ground, sobbing quietly, the little horns on the head. With his movements, it trembled slightly. Shinan crouched down and leaned close to him, trying to use Eon's own body heat, dispel the fear in little brother's heart. "Don't cry, Mommy will be back soon. It's not dawn yet." The 3 little ones could no longer suppress the worry in their hearts. Sneaking out of the tribe, following the faint trace of Sylvie's lingering presence. The deeper you go, the air was thick with the damp smell of rotting leaves. The aura grows stronger. Soon their traces were covered up. Zibei followed wordlessly behind Shinan. The voice trembled in volity. "Big bro, this place is so dark. Will Mother realize around here?" "Don't be afraid, Mother must be nearby. Let's keep looking. But Shinan was also at a loss. The forest is so vast. Which way should I go? He understood that if they split up, it must be very easy to get lost. But what if they go the wrong way? Don't say you can't find Western medicine. I'm afraid even they themselves might struggle to find their way back. We argued for ages. In the end, I perceived path with footprints. Walking along, suddenly, a clamor of footsteps came from up ahead. The three of them were startled, quickly hid behind a giant fern. As the footsteps drew closer, they took a closer look. It turned out to be Thetribe's hunting party. Dell's eyes lit up. I spotted the three Lidiones hiding behind the plants. Frowning, he scolded, "How did you guys get out? Don't you know how dangerous it is out there?" Shinan found Theme a bit unsettling. He walked out from behind the plants. "Gather the courage to say Thator mother hasn't come back yet. We're worried about him." I went out to look for him. Right after, Shinan told Dale about what happened yesterday. Dell heard that Sylvie had been out since yesterday until now. Haven't come back yet. His expression changed. Not just him. Along with the other hunting team members, their faces turned pale with panic. Dell stepped forward and grabbed Shinan in one swift motion. Pick him up by the scruff of his neck. Anxiously asking, "Did your mom say anything before she left?" Another Tiamat spoke anxiously. "Now, the tribe no longer has a shaman. Sylvie is the only one who knows medicine. If something happens to him, what if we get hurt? The other ORC's a code Sylvie, but the priest. If anything happens to him, our tribe is doomed from now on. This is a major event that concerns the entire tribe. Must inform the clan leader." Dell didn't dare Toadley, and immediately, he turned around and ordered the team members to spread out. Expand the search area. We must find Sylvie as soon as possible. It's been so long. Now, the forest is so dangerous at night again. He didn't dare to think. How did he survive the night in the forest alone? Even their hunting team didn't dare to spend the night in the forest. The 20-some members of the hunting team act quickly, shouting Sylvie's name amidst the mountains and forests. Shan Jiaoji also followed behind Dai. "You're so nervous behind method, your whole body is tense." However, everyone stood in the forest for nearly 2 hours. Still no sign of Sylvie. Just as everyone was feeling hopeless, Ximo suddenly shouted excitedly, "I think I smell Mom's scent. Just ahead." Everyone perked up, speed up, and charged forward. Mother and the three Lidiones excitedly dashed forward, sweeping past one big tree after another, crossed the small river. Finally, I caught sight of Sylvie's figure. He was squatting by the campfire, grilling meat. The flames licked at chunks of meat, sizzling with oil. The aroma is wafting everywhere. A black crow perched in his shoulder. Shinan, Shibei, and Ximo, the three little ones, dashed over, throwing herself into Sylvie's embrace. Sylvie was almost knocked over. With that bump, the shy little crow immediately spread its wings, flew to the tree next to it. Shibei's eyes swelled up with tears. With a tearful voice, she complained to her mother, "Why aren't you going home? We were almost worried to death." Sylvie finally snapped out of it, looking at the three anxious little ones in front of me. "Hold them tight." Full of apologies. "Sorry, Yun Qing. Got lost in the forest." Shinan raised his fluffy little head, full of grievances. "Hezade, do you even know? We've been looking for you for so long. I don't even dare to sleep." The pair of not yet fully grown antlers trembled slightly. Its claws restlessly scratched the ground. Although Zim didn't say anything, but her tiny body trembled slightly in Sylvie's embrace. The fluffy white tail behind them tightly wrapped around Sylvie's arm, burying his face in his chest. Afraid to let go, Mom disappeared again. Sylvie lovingly kissed each off their heads one by one. Fingers brushed through the soft mane. His gaze was gently filled with guilt. It's my fault as a mother. Sorry for making you worry. Don't know the way and still dare to go out alone. You're not allowed to goot by yourself from now on. Shinan glared at him angrily. Mom, what kind of meat is this? It smells so good. Shibei sniffed the air, watching helplessly. The fire sizzles and crackles. Greasy chunks of meat. From last night until now. They didn't eat anything. Sylvie smiled and patted his head. Zhao baby, you must be hungry. This is rabbit meat. The meat is tender and juicy. It smells so good when grilled. As he spoke, he picked up a sharpened branch. Cut the roasted meat into small pieces. Share it among Ximo, Debei, and Shinan, the three little ones. The hunting team members gathered around. Sylvie, I'm just glad you're okay. Right after that, Del spoke to the other orcs in the hunting party. It's already getting late. It won't be good for hunting if it gets too late. You guys go hunting first. I took them back. I'll go meet up with you guys later. Sylvie glanced at the time on her terminal. It's already past 10 o'clock. They were looking for him. Delaying such an important matter as hunting. So Yuke spoke up. I found a few types of food that are both edible and long-lasting. How about you guys skip hunting for today? Del frowned slightly. A hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. Hunting is crucial for the tribe. It concerns the clansmen. Food supplies forthcoming period. But if there really is a new type of food that can be eaten and stored for a long time, their tribe will have an easier time during the cold season too. Let's go take a look at food you mentioned first. And so it was. Sylvie led the group. He walked toward the place where he found the food. The dense jungle foliage intertwined along the way. Occasionally, a few rays of sunlight spill through the gaps. It drove away quite a bit of the chill. Sylvie quickened her pace, coming to a patch of low bushes, pointed at the plant with heart-shaped leaves. Say this is yam. Its roots and stems are buried underground. Food is its roots. The texture is soft and sticky when eaten. It's also particularly liberal for storage. The other ORCs hesitated. I can hardly believe it, there's something underground. Del 5-finger beast mode. Start digging. Its claws are sharp and tough. In no time, a hole was dug. Is this Sylvie? Sylvie leaned in to take a look. He nodded. Not long after, a yam as thick as an arm was dug up. The other ORCs saw such a huge piece, eyes shining bright. They started to follow suit one after another. Fuck off. The adult ORC is very fast. Before long, they had dug up everything around them. At this point, a pile of yam had already accumulated on the ground. Sylvie took them to a third place again. Some very tall plants grow here. Plants with broad leaves. At first glance, a vast expanse. Sylvie pointed ahead and said, this is called taro. Just cook it directly and it's ready to eat. This is very filling. It's convenient to bring along when going out hunting. Oh, my God. Is this whole area included? Everyone's eyes widened at this moment. Can't believe it. Sylvie saw that it was getting late. They immediately made a fire on the spot to roast it for them to eat. The three little ones were holding a taro bigger than their heads. Ran over excitedly. Roast me. I'm such a dumbass. I'm the biggest. Looks delicious. He reached out and took Shinan from her arms. That one. The taro was almost covering his entire head. Set it aside. I stroked its furry little head. Seeing this, Zebei. He also handed Highsound taro forward. Mom roasted me first. Mine definitely smells better. And even took a deep sniff of the taro in his hand. Ximo held Yuta tightly and stood to the side without saying a word. The little eyes are filled with anticipation. The tail was wagging constantly behind. Then they immediately heard Sylvie say to bring Amo over as well. Mom and I baked together. The other ORCs watched the interaction between them. Sighing silently in my heart. Sylvie has really changed. Back then, he never gave a damn about whether the kids lived or died. Afterwards, Sylvie glanced at the excited Zibei. He also told Ximo to keep an eye on the fire. Be careful not to burn other areas. He wants to go take a look around the area with Shinan. Is there any other food to eat? 1 hour later, Sylvie and Shinan are back. Shinan had a few strands of unknown wild fruits hanging from his head. Shibei, Ximo. Look, these are the wild fruits Mom and I found. Shibei took a glance. There were plenty. His mind is completely focused on the roast. Yam casually responded with a half-hearted, looks pretty tasty. But right now, just want to hurry up and eat some taro. Sylvie looked at Zibei's anxious expression. Can't help but laugh. He stepped forward, put down the animal skin bag filled with fruits. He handed one to Zibei and Doni to Ximo respectively. Right after, Sylvie used a branch to brush away the ashes covering the taro. A burnt aroma mixed with the sweet fragrance, instantly spreading everywhere. Alright, the taro is roasted. Sylvie carefully used a branch to scrape off the charred outer skin of the taro. Pick out from the fire, set aside. Let it cool slightly. He then started breaking the taro into evenly sized pieces. He first handed it to Ximo, who had been waiting by the fire for a long time. Here you go, Amak. Thanks for your hard work. This is your reward. Sylvie also gave the other 2 pieces to Shinan and Shibei. Zibei couldn't wait any longer and immediately grabbed it. Didn't even care that it was scalding hot. He took a big bite right away. The sweet and sticky taro paste melts in your mouth. It was so hot it made him gasp. Still, the vague praises just too delicious. Mom, you're amazing. Shinan held a taro. I imitated Sylvie's manner and gently blew on it. Just took a small bite. Eyes lit up. Nodding along. Really delicious. This is even more delicious than he imagined. The hunting party ORCs caught a whiff of this enticing scent. Can't help but swallow saliva. Sylvie didn't hold back either. He picked up a big taro and handed it to Dale. Let others have a taste. Dale took the taro that Sylvie handed to him. A glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes. He nodded gratefully at Sylvie. He then turned and walked toward the other ORCs in the hunting party. Come on, everyone, give it a try. This is the taro that Sylvie roasted. The hunting party's beastmen immediately gathered around. They looked at the taro in Dell's hand, eyes filled with anticipation for the new food. Dell carefully cut the taro into small pieces. Pass it one by one to the companion next to you. The first ORC to take the taro. Toss the whole peach into your mouth. In an instant, sweet, soft, and sticky. The taste made his eyes widen in surprise. The expression on his face shifted from surprise to rapture. This is so damn delicious. The other ORCs saw this and they also started tasting it one after another. I've never eaten anything this delicious before. What the heck is this magical food? So damn delicious. This taro isn't small. But they have more people. Each person only got a small taste to try. After eating, those ORCs worked even harder at digging up taro. The sky is getting dark. Everyone returned to the tribe with yams and taro they had dug up. The tribespeople in the village, seeing them bring back so many exotic foods, they all gathered around. That night, a huge bonfire was lit in the village. All the tribespeople gathered around the campfire, celebrating finding new food. Sylvie also brought the 3 little ones along. This time, the other cubs didn't come to cause trouble for them. I don't even Daretto look at them. Probably got warned by their abusive parents at home. The bonfire party notably has newly found food. There's still quite a bit of meat left. Sylvie sat down alone with little ones by a campfire. Along the way, he had already told Dale and the others simple cooking methods and storage tips for Chinese yam and taro. He didn't even need to lift a finger. Just sit back and wait to be served. Dell walked over and sat down opposite him. Sylvie, you've done a great service for the tribe this time. With these foods, our Korean style isn't meant to be this miserable. Don't worry, the tribe will bring back food later. I'll give you a small portion. Sylvie did not refuse. This way he also saves time on finding food. You can do more things. The next second, he said there's still plenty of edible food in the forest. When I have time, I'll take you guys to find it. Dell was a bit excited. Tomorrow, okay? In a few days, it will be trading day. We want to prepare Moretto bring for the exchange. Sylvie pretended to hesitate. Tomorrow won't work. I haven't stored enough wood for the cold season yet. Go gather some branches. Dell heard this and let out a slight sigh of relief. This is easy for me. Arrange someone to help you pick it up. Right after that, he anticipated what Sylvie was about to say next. Right away, he spoke up. Don't worry about troubling us. Even without these, the tribe also prepares enough firewood for the females during the cold season. Sylvie thought to herself, that makes sense. Alright then, we'll gather outside the tribe tomorrow morning. Dell sat for a while. Was called away by other ORCs. After eating their fill, the orcs started performing shows on stage again. The bonfire party ended very late. Sylvie then took the three little one-chum after they had eaten their fill. So I didn't get to see the other ORC's performances. Also missed out on several ORCs. Seeing his dejected expression as he left, they also want to use this opportunity to show off their strength. Get Sylvie's attention. When entering the courtyard, Sylvie's footsteps paused slightly. Look towards the cave next door. His gaze sharpened. There have been no residents in caves near him for a while. There's actually light coming from inside now. He actually had no idea when Samin started living here. Shi-Bei looked towards the cave over there. Mom met that weird uncle by the river that day. Sylvie heard this. My heart tightened, thinking back to that man I met by the river. Immediately asked, Bei, how do you know it's him? He asked softly. His gaze was fixed intently on the cave glowing with firelight. Zibei blinked her eyes. Seriously speaking, Mom. I caught a whiff of his scent. As they were talking, Chaoming's tall figure appeared at the cave entrance. Seeing Sylvie's family, the corners of the mouth curve up slightly. A smile appeared. Good evening, little lady. We meet again. Women cut off Thierson's third leg every day. Just to understand the speed at which ORCs heal their wounds. But he completely changed overnight. Not only did he not make them kneel on the ground to serve him. Even when injured, they wouldn't just leave it to fend for itself. Little did they know that after kids finally accepted him, the woman brought back a new cub. Not only asking for nonsense, just live peacefully with them. All eyes are still on him. It turns out, just now, Sylvie discovered that Samiana had moved into the cave next to hers. It turns out to be the main villain Chaoming from the book. Sylvie instinctively shielded three little ones behind her, watching him warily. How could you live here? Chaoming took a few steps forward, maintaining a polite distance. I really like this blog. The people and scenery here make me feel at home. I want to stay here until the cold season is over. Hope I'm not bothering you. Sylvie didn't believe a word he said. Central City. But it's the most advanced tribe in the entire beast world. One of the 5 great tribes, the Feather Clan. The location and surroundings are the best. The U tribe leader neglects his own tribe, running all the way here to live. No matter how you think about it, it's just plain weird. But he still maintained a polite expression on his face. Since you've already settled in, then take a good rest. After saying that, he got Riodito take the kids into the courtyard. I don't want to get too involved with him. Sylvie Kongming suddenly called out to him. You're so smart. How could you not guess my intentions? I've been observing for a few days. You and the kids aren't doing well in this tribe. My tribe has abundant resources, excellent environment. I still hope you'll consider coming back with me. I'll give you the best life. Sylvie's footsteps came to a sudden halt. I turned back to look at him. A hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. Thanks for your kindness. But the kids and I are reliving very well here. No plans to leave for now. Chongming wasn't discouraged. A smile remained on his face. I understand your concerns. I just hope you can't think it over a bit more. During the cold season this time. I'll also be in this tribe. If you have any needs, you can always come to me. Zhao Nan took the younger brothers inside first. Listen to your mother. Talking to Uncleave about something. Wait until the three little ones have left. Sylvie spoke. I want to know what the bloodline power you mentioned last time is. Chongming took a step forward. Upon seeing the rhinoceros wary gaze, know when to stop. Your kid's aura is pure. It definitely isn't a stray beast. And their beastly string is formidable. At least Beast King level. But as for which race it is, not entirely sure yet. Come back to the tribe with Mito, have the priest confirm it. Sylvie's heart stirred. The book never mentioned the biological father of the kid. Even the original owner thought it was a stray beast. Chongming saw they was softening. Keep trying to persuade. I don't know if your priests have ever told you. The cub needs its beast father's blood during the transformation. Don't you want to find out who wins? Chongming knew. This world. Few ORCs have reached Beast King realm. Almost all in Central City. If he wants the kid to transform, will definitely of this place. Regarding the transformation, Sylvie truly had no idea. In the original plot, how did the little ones transform? The book doesn't seem to mention it. Then he spoke coldly. Why should I believe you? Chongming looked at him calmly and without hesitation. I swear to the beast god as the leader of the feather tribe. If there's even a single false word, the entire lineage ended without descendants. Don't be in a hurry to say no. Before the cold season ends, I will always stay in this tribe. You can take your time to observe before making a decision. Long time no see. Sylvie slowly spoke. I can consider your proposal. But before the cold season ends, I won't give you an answer. Chongming's face showed a satisfied smile. No problem. I look forward to your reply. After saying that, he turned it around and went back to his cave. Right after, Sylvie went back inside. The three Lidiones gathered around. Ximo held Sylvie's hand. He whispered to his mother, do we really have to go with that creepy uncle? Ximo actually wanted to leave this tribe. But I'm also afraid to leave this place. Sylvie gently patted his head. Speaking softly, mock. Don't be afraid, mother won't let any harm come to you. No matter what decision is made, mother will always think of your safety first. Quan Zibai also came over to join in. There was a hint of unease in his eyes. Mother, I think that weird uncle has a very strange aura. I don't like him. Shinan nodded in agreement. I don't like it either. The way he looks at us. It always makes me feel weird. Alright, don't overthink it. Go to bed right now. Sylvie doesn't feel like going out to take a bath today. Just rinse off with water and go to sleep. If only we cultivate the water here. Before going to bed, I always feel like I've forgotten something. But I can't remember. Just stop thinking about it. Until the early morning of the next day, he just remembered that he had forgotten about Wu Yu. Thinking of going to the forest Lateran bringing him back along the way. I never expected to open the door and immediately meet his resentful gaze. Wu Yu, come down quickly. We're about to eat. Wu Yu turned around and stuck his butt out at him. So annoying. You said so many sweet things yesterday. He came back without bringing him along. Sylvie was both annoyed and amused. Get close to it. The tone carried an apology. It was my fault yesterday. Don't be mad anymore. Come down, and I'll roast some delicious crispy walnuts for you. Wu Yu tilted her head and gave him a glance. Seems a little tempted. But still can't let go of my pride. Mom, who are you talking to? The three Lidiones heard his voice. Running out of the cave, Sylvie smiled. He's the new kid. From now on, you'll live with us. Shinan instantly fell into a rage. The snow-white mane stands straight up, each strand bristling. Cutely but fiercely growled. He's definitely not. I don't want him living with us at all. You still want to roast walnuts for him to eat. We haven't tried it yet. Zibei also came over to join in, exuding unhappiness from head to toe. How could Mom treat them better than us? The pale gray eyes were filled with grievance. Moser stared intently at black fish in the tree, whispering, Mom thinks we're too useless. Don't want us anymore? He looked at the three aggrieved ones and felt a bit overwhelmed. Didn't expect the kids to be so resistant. So he crouched down and gave it a pat. What the hell are their brains patiently explaining? How could a mother ever abandon her children? A mother's love for you will never change. Just an extra little brother to play with you guys. Look at how big our cave is. One more partner. How lively and bustling it is. Shinan still wasn't convinced. Hey I already have a me own little brother. I don't like living with strangers. I don't want it either. Exactly. Doesn't he have his own home? Why do you want to stay at our place? The next second, the crow in the tree cawed twice, flapping its wings and thinking it can fly away. Woo you, come down first. East and west, north and south. Ximo, you guys shave gone too far. How can you talk like that? Quickly apologize to Wu Yu. When Zibei heard this, her eyes instantly reddened. He burst into tears with a loud wail, crying and calling for Mom. You actually yelled at me. Just because this blackbird scared me. After crying, she ran straight out of the courtyard. Shinan was also startled by his stern tone. During this period of time, the gentle mother seemed to have changed. He felt really upset inside. With a disdainful snort, he turned his head and immediately ran in the opposite direction. Still mumbling, never talking to you again. Ximo glanced at him. I took another look at the black feathers on the tree. Without a word, he chased after the figures of Shinan and Bei. He watched as the three Lidiones vanished in an instant. A wave of regret washed over me. They shouldn't be so quick to demand an apology. This is just great. The kid got angry and ran off. He was just about to chase after them. Yet I recall the black feathers on the tree. I had no choice but to first calm down Wu Yu. Don't take it to heart. They're still young. I don't understand. I'll get back to them properly right now. Wu Yu tilted her head, quietly watching him. Wow, it cried out twice, as if in response. It was like a sigh. Then it slowly landed on his outstretched arm. Right after, Sylvia patiently spoke to Shinan. They meant no harm. I'll talk to them properly. Wait for me at home first, Sylvie said. Taking a few out from the space, crush the walnuts and serve them on a plate for him. Wu Yu nuzzled his head against Sylvie's palm. Consider it as agreeing to stay. Then it perched on a branch at the cave entrance, watching his hurried departing figure. 10 minutes later, when Sylvie found Shinan, he is sitting on a rock by the river, with his back to her. Her little body was still trembling with sobs. Shinan noticed he had arrived. She moved aside in a huff. Zhao Nan, don't be angry anymore. Sylvie spoke softly. The voice was full of tenderness and apology. Mom shouldn't have been so harsh on you. Shinan turned his head, with reddened eyes, angrily saying you like that black bird. For it, they even scolded us. Don't like us anymore. How could Mom not love you? Sylvie pulled Zinan into her arms. Slowly tell him the story of Wu Yu. Wu Yu has the ability to foresee disasters. I've reminded my clan members many times. But his clan not didn't feel grateful. Still treating him like a jinx. He often scolds and hits him. In the end, they even threw him, severely injured, out of the tribe. Shinan listened to Wu Yu's misfortunes. The anger in his eyes gradually faded away. A bit more reluctant to hurt. He gently scratched the stone with his claws, muttering in disbelief, so it turns out. He is just like us. Bullied by the clan. Sylvie noticed that Zinan's attitude was softening. Then go on, think about the time we had back in the tribe. You and Hai Pak, Hai Mok. Isn't it just because they look different from others, treated as a monster? Have you suffered a lot of grievances? Wu Yu is just like us. He's even worse off than we are. He has no parents, and was even kicked out of the tribe. When his mother saw him, his wings were broken. A cub hides deep in the forest, too afraid to come out. Shinan raised his head. Her eyes were still slightly red, quietly asking, "So will he snatch our stuff?" Sylvie gently patted Zinan's head. "Little Nan, he won't take what's rightfully yours, nor will it take away mother's love. You've been through similar experiences. We will definitively understand each other. Right, then?" Shinan suddenly nodded. "Got it. I shouldn't have lost me temper with him." Sylvie smiled and pulled Zinan into her embrace. "Mom always knew Zhao Nan was a good kid. Of course, I can understand how my mother feels. Let's go Finzabai and Ximo now. Tell them about their ridiculous stuff too, okay?" And so it was. Shinan nodded, walking with Sylvie towards a spot not far away. On the road, Shinan couldn't help but ask her mother, "Has the Abilitito foresee disasters? Will it really bring disaster?" Sylvie shook her head. "There's no inherent good or bad in abilities themselves. It all depends on how you use it. Yunyu's ability was bestowed upon him by the beast god. Maybe in the future it can even help us avoid risks." Ximo Shibei was still angry, but didn't dare to run too far. Sylvie quickly found them. Shinan ran over. "I told them all the ridiculous things that happened in detail." Shibei lowered her head. "I feel so guilty. Turns out was in such a pitiful state. I already said I don't want him to move in. That's really not right." Ximo understands the bitterness of being abandoned better than anyone, so he quickly nodded. After returning to the cave, Shinan accordingly spoke, "Black Feather. I was wrong before. I shouldn't have lost me temper with you. Still saying those nasty things. Don't take it to heart." Wu Yu tilted his head. Golden eyes gazed at Shinan, then nodded, gently pecked at Zinan's palm. Accepted this apology. Zibei also moved closer to Wu Yu. "I was also at fault. Shouldn't have looked down on you. From now on, we're family. Let's share all the fun and tasty things together." Loneliness walked up to Wu Yu's side, reached out a little paw and gently touched its feathers, quietly saying, "Welcome home. Let's hang out together from now on." Wu Yu listened, flapping its wings excitedly. It circled once above the three little ones' heads. Finally, it landed on Sylvie's shoulder, nuzzling her cheek affectionately. Half an hour later, Sylvie glanced at the sky. The sky is clear and boundless. It's a nice day. He took the walnuts from Thespase and placed them on the ground. "Today the four of you. The task is to peel these walnuts." Sylvie showed them how to skin it. Use a small knife to slit open the soft leather. Peel off the outer layer again. Shinan mimicked Sylvie's manner. Use claws to peel off the soft skin of the walnut. The first time didn't go so well, trying too hard. The walnut almost flew out. Ximo is about the same. Let me give it a try. After Wu Yu finished speaking, flew straight into a pile of walnuts. It picked up a walnut with its pointed beak and placed it on the ground. Pressed down with the claws. Slipped of the tongue. The walnut shell cracked open a little. Then use its claws to press down. Easily peeled off outer skin. Shibei's eyes lit up. He exclaimed in admiration, "Black Feather, you're really something. Quick, teach me." After hearing this, Wu Yu picked up another walnut with his beak and demonstrated again. Hai Pak is learning with great enthusiasm. In no time, several were already wrapped. Sylvie saw the four Lidiones getting along well. Then he left without worry. 10 minutes later, Sylvie carried a wicker basketto, the outer chamber of the tribe. The tribe's ORCs are going along to gather resources. Already waiting there. Sylvie, you finally showed up. Del strode forward to meet them. With a warm and enthusiastic smile on his face. Sylvie nodded slightly. A clear voice rang out, "Sorry. Just had a little accident." "You're late." The other orcs immediately heard him apologize. Hastily said, "It's not too late now." All the way. Sylvie also took the opportunity to tell Theme a lot about the characteristics of plants. Some plants in the forest look edible. Actually poisonous. Make sure everyone stays alert. The birds sang beautifully along the way. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows. Just stepped into the forest. Sylvie then activated the recognition system. He would actively skip over the ones with small quantities. He quickly zeroed in on an area. Quickly stepped forward and crouched down. He plucked one out and showed it to them. This kind of tuber is edible. The taste is refreshingly sweet. Long shelf life. Got the approval. The beastmen began to dig. Many hands make light work. It didn't take long to finish digging. At this very moment, Sylvie's gaze swept over a short tree. A light shines in the eyes. The fruit on that tree looks weird as hell. It's really delicious, crispy and sweet. Noticing the hesitant looks in everyone's eyes, Sylvie walked forward and picked one. Peeled it and started eating. These winter jujubes and pricklippers can not only be eaten as fruits, it can also be dried and used as medicinal herbs. I heard it can be used as medicine. Other ORCs don't care whether it's tasty or not. They all rushed over to pick. After picking it, the group continued searching for new food in the forest. We walked for about half an hour. Western Medicina came to a sudden halt. His gaze drawn to a towering tree ahead. The tree was laden with heavy fruits. The head is huge. The skin is rough with texture. At first glance, he thought it was jackfruit. Sylvie pointed at that tree. The fruit on that tree is edible. You climb up and pick it down. Del looked in the direction Sylvie was pointing. The smile on his face froze instantly. He looked somewhat troubled. This is really edible. The next second, another ORC spoke up. We've tried this stuff when we were starving too. It tastes bad and sticks to your mouth. Swallowing it was a real struggle. A skinny young guy couldn't help but complain. I had it once before. It feels like Mimith is glued shut. Couldn't speak for a long while. I've never eaten anything this disgusting either. Let's find something else to eat. Sylvie frowned slightly upon hearing this. A hint of doubt flashed in their eyes. No matter how bad breadfruit tastes. How bad can it taste? Aren't they talking about the same thing? This breadfruit doesn't taste good when eaten directly. But after processing, it becomes a rare delicacy. Right after, he ordered Dale. Pick one down for me. Del saw how insistent he was. Still nodded in agreement. Not long after, he plucked a loaf of bread half a meter longer than his head. He handed the fruit to Sylvie. Sylvie took the breadfruit. The sudden weight almost made him lose his grip. Put it on the ground. He drew a sharp stone knife from his waist. Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, gently slice a long skin of the fruit. A cut. Forcefully pry open the breadfruit. He was so shocked that his eyes widened. The breadfruit actually contains a fine, flour-like substance inside. This is flour. Sylvie hesitantly pinched a tiny bit. Put it under your nose and take a sniff. Tastes like nothing, so I put it back in my mouth to try the flavor again. It really was flour. Sylvie suppressed the shock in her eyes. Open your mouth to explain. This is a rare and excellent type of flour. Just take its powder out and make it into noodles. Absolutely delicious. Hearing his words, several ORCs quickly climbed up the tree. Pick the breadfruits one by one. Throw it to the clansmen waiting under the tree. The breadfruit's outer shell is as hard as a durian's. It won't break even if you drop it on the ground. The group also discovered over a dozen breadfruit trees nearby. Each one was laden with breadfruit. Just this piece alone is enough to feed their entire clan for several days. Today was truly a fruitful day. The leather pouch can't hold anything at all. Sylvie then demonstrated the steps for weaving a rattan basket to them. There were a few ORCs who were very quick with their hands and feet. Learns very quickly. Before long, several large rattan baskets were ready. Finally, the rattan basket was to Donto the beastman's animal form back. He also just found out. Dell turned out Tobe the golden lion. The next second, Dale, carrying 2 large baskets of breadfruit, walked up to him. Sit down, Sylvie, you've had a long day today. Get on my back, I'll carry you home. He was well versed in the books of the beast world. You should know better than to casually sit on an ORC's back. That's the spot reserved for a partner. Sylvie instinctively took a step back. Open your mouth to refuse. This isn't really appropriate, is it? Nothing inappropriate. You're tired, I'll carry you back, it'll be faster. It can also make things easier for you. The ORC nearby also chimed in. Sylvie? Dell is the strongest golden lion in our clan. Carrying you, steady as a rock. Sylvie, you have a marriage arrangement with Dell. He's the best one to take you. Dell is a damn beast. In the tribe, it's in high demand. You better keep an eye on him. Holy shit, what a complete mess. What engagement? How could he not know? No, thanks, I can walk by myself. Dell nodded slightly. No forcing. A faint trace of disappointment falls through his eyes. All right, if you're tired from walking, be sure to tell me. Speak up. He stood up, carrying 2 large baskets of breadfruit at the front. Sylvie stood still in place, watching Dell's receding figure walking away. Completely shocked, he grabbed the Orquo had just spoken. Wait a minute, hold on. You just said Thattel and I are engaged. The ORC looked utterly baffled, scratching his head. Hesade, did you forget? Your beast of a father was severely injured while saving Dale during the flood. On his deathbed, he entrusted you to the clan leader. The clan leader expresses his gratitude. Let the 2 of you get engaged. But it's normal for you to forget. Ever since you got pregnant, they even reject any orc getting close. Every time Dell comes looking for you, you kick him out. Sylvie didn't expect. The original host actually had this kind of relationship with Dale. But that's all in the past now. Anyway, he has no intention of getting involved with the ORCs here. Forget it, as I feet never existed. Back to the cave. The 4 little ones have already peeled all the walnuts, spread out on the ground to dry. Mom, you're finally back. Are you hurt, tired or not? The 3 Lidiones came running towards him. Shibei raised his front legs and hugged his calf, looking up at him. Mom, did you find anything good to eat? Some nights I'll cook for you guys. Sylvie pinched Thehern on his head. The black fish also flapped its wings and flew over, but stopped halfway. Sylvie beckoned him over. Wu Yu came over. Wu Yu hesitated, fluttering his wings, slowly approaching Sylvie. Eyes flickering with complex emotions. There is a closeness to Sylvie. There was a hint of inexplicable restraint. Wu Yu stammered. The voice was so soft it was almost inaudible. His 2 claws nervously clawed at the air in turn. Sylvie crouched down, gazing tenderly at Wu Yu, whispering, "Don't be scared afterwards. This is your home. If you don't mind. Just like Hinnom. They also call me mother." As he spoke, he reached out and gently patted Wu Yu's head. Move gently. As if afraid of startling this fragile little one. Wu Yu hesitated for a moment. Eyes filled with conflict. The little head tilts to one side. The claws nervously scratched the ground. He muttered softly. But I'm not your kid. Can I call you Mom? Sylvie showed a gentle smile. He reached out his hand towards him. Of course. This is also your home. As long as you're willing. I am your mother. A glimmer of delight flashed through Wuyu's eyes. With a hint of cautiousness, he slowly flapped his wings, flying to Sylvie's hand. Hesitate for a moment. In the palm of his hand, the voice carried a slight tremble. Empress Mother Sylvie gently patted his little head, smiling in response. So well behaved. Mom, we've wrapped so many walnuts. Bei also chimed in from the side. Mom, I wrapped them really carefully. Not a single one was broken. Mom, what delicious food are you making tonight? Just at that moment, Del carried 2 baskets of breadfruit in his back as he entered the cave. His forehead was covered in beads of sweat. The muscles tensed up from the weight. But seeing Sylvie and the cubs gathered together, a faint smile still appeared on his face. Sylvie, this is your portion of food for today. Do you need me to help you carry it into the cave? Sylvie shook her head in refusal. Don't tell me I have to bring myself back. Del nodded. Didn't bring any extra. He still needs to oversee the distribution of the food collected today. After Del left, Sylvie walked over. He pointed at the 2 large baskets of breadfruit that Del had placed to the side. Tonight we're eating this. The 3 little Anas immediately gathered around, looking curiously at these oddly shaped fruits. Mom, what is this? Bei blinked her big eyes, full of curiosity. This fruit is even bigger than him. The next second, Sylvie smiled and said the food was absolutely delicious. Zhao baby, I go live your life. Zhao Nan and I'm went to fetch water. What about me? Wixin joins the family, eager to show off. Sylvie originally wanted him to sit and wait for the meal, but judging by his look, he probably can't sit still. It would actually feel awkward. So he started talking nonsense. Put this walnut into the frame. Crazy Wu Yu nodded his head like mad. Then he immediately smiled and began to take action. And Sylvie moved the breadfruit Del brought over back to the cave. While it's still daylight, Sylvie split the breadfruit open in the courtyard. Put the flour into a clean bowl. 1 breadfruit just fills 1 basin. He took out a new basin again. Divide it in half, add water, and knead the dough, planning to cook noodles. Just as the ORC responsible for delivering the meat arrived, Sylvie took the meat, say thanks, wash it clean, and put it in the basket, handing it to Shinan, who had just come back with water. Let him take it to cook first. Soon after, the pot started making a bubbling sound. The aroma of meat gradually filled the air. On the other side, Sylvie was fully focused on kneading the dough. His hands were covered in flour. The dough became increasingly lialist under his kneading. Soon, Sylvie folded the rolled out dough, cut into even noodles with a knife. Then gently shake it loose. Put it into the pot where the meat is cooking. The noodles are rolling in boiling water. The fragrance grew increasingly rich. He washed and chopped the wild vegetables he picked along the way. Pour into the pot. Instantly, the colors in the pot became vibrant. 10 minutes later, Sylvie placed bowls of noodles on the table, one by one. Chongming next door caught a whiff and came over. Is there a share for me, buddy? He's already asked like that. Sylvie couldn't bring herself to refuse either. Chongming unceremoniously took a seat on the stone bench nearby. His gaze swept over the salted fish on the table. Paused for a moment. Then he nonchalantly looked away. Sylvie served him a bowl of noodles. Chongming reassured it and took it. The aroma wafting right into my face. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. Fingers wiped along the rim of the bowl. Such a delicate thing. They don't even have a central city. How did he do it? Chongming's heart grew increasingly uneasy. Firmly believe he is Theon the priest spoke of. No matter what, must bring the person back. At the moment, Mimond is unsettled, looking down at the bowl in front of me. The white noodles are not uniformly thick and thin, soaked in rich broth. Tender chunks of meat and fresh green wild vegetables are scattered in between. Just looking at it makes my mouth water. Chongming picked up the chopsticks. Pick up the chopsticks. The noodles are placed in the mouth and chewed slowly. The noodles are smooth, springy, and full of bite. The meat is rich and flavorful. The unique fresh fragrancy of wild vegetables. It adds a unique flavor to this bowl of noodles. Multiple flavors blend together in the mouth. It made him unable to hold back a sigh of admiration. This taste is amazing, Shinan muttered in dissatisfaction. Of course, take a look at who did it. Chongming was devouring the noodles hungrily. Take a sip of the soup from time to time. Soon, the bowl of noodles was emptied. He reluctantly put down the bowl, looking at the four Lidiones staring at him eagerly. Seriously speaking, your mother's cooking skills are truly unmatched. This is the best food I've ever eaten. I wish I could eat this every day. The cubs listened. Their faces all showed proud expressions. Only Shinan glared at him with hostility. Hey wishful thinking. Don't be such a stingy little brat. If worst comes to worst, I'll take charge of hunting. When your mom cooks, make an extra portion while she's at it. I don't eat much. He said it was an answer. Shinan was looking at Sylvie. Sylvie refused without a second thought. This won't do. How can I ask you to help with hunt for no reason at all? Shinan heard it. He tugged at Sylvie's pant leg, whispering, Mommy, I think this proposal's pretty good. Going hunting alone in the mountains is too dangerous. If only he could help with the hunt. You don't have to take the risk. The other three listened to Zinan's words and also nodded along. Chongming noticed his hesitation and added, I can even teach him a few hunting tricks. They should learn at this age. A black feather also landed on his shoulder. Mom, I want to learn too. Chongming so will you call his mother, raising an eyebrow in surprise. He actually agreed to let a cub that isn't one's own offspring trade your own mother. The kids kept pestering and pleading relentlessly. Under Chongming's repeated assurances, Sylvie finalized it in agreement. Alright, if that's the case, then it's up to Chief Chongming. Chongming saw that he agreed. Turning to look at four cubs, he said, starting tomorrow, Uncle will teach you some basic hunting skills. Don't slack off. The little Ona cheered excitedly. Can't wait any longer. I want to follow Chongming to learn new skills. The ORCs of that tribe don't like them. No ORC was willing to teach them. Finally, Somionius willing to teach. Time quickly arrived at the next day. One person and four beasts finished packing up and headed towards the river together. The weather is nice today. The river water isn't that cold. Sylvie had the Lidiones keep watch nearby. Take a bath in the river yourself. He didn't notice the red shadow flickering at the bottom of the river, slowly moving closer to him, until the cool sensation touched his calves. Sylvie froze instinctively, suddenly looked down. All I saw was a red snaky as thick as a baby's wrist. It was winding around his calf. The triangularid was held high. Xingzi kept panting heavily. From time to time, it brushed against the skin on his legs. Sylvie struggled with all her might, trying to shake off the red snake. But the red snake coiled tighter and tighter. His body coiled around his thigh in continuous loops. His strength is astonishing. He didn't dare to move again, afraid of angering him. Not far away was Hinnom. Sharp eyes quickly spotted something unusual in the river. He immediately called over the other three. They were all quite frightened by the sight before them. Mom, we're here to help you. Zabay was burning with anxiety. As he spoke, he was about to charge into the river. Don't come over, Sylvie hurriedly stopped, afraid the little ones might be in danger if they go into the water. Wu Yu then turned around mid-air, fly into the cave to find Chongming for help. Sylvie took out a dagger from her waist, looking for a chance to delve poisonous snake a fatal blow. The temper of that red snake kept flickering in and out. The cold scales pressed against his thigh. The chill seeped deep into the bones. Sylvie swung her blade down in one swift motion. but brushed against the snake scales and cut his own leg instead. Holy shit, what kind of tough-ass snake skin is this? In the next second, the scent of blood filled the air. The red snake loosened, the tail coiled around his leg. Sylvie seized the chanchetto distance herself. But this time, the red snake didn't coil around. Sylvie quickly slipped on her nightgown and moved away from the riverbank. Just then, the insect chirping reached its peak. He looked Sylvie up and down. I was relieved to find out he was fine. Sylvie, take the kids back. Leave this to me. The spot on Sylvie's leg where the dagger grazed, originally washed clean by the river water. The fabric rubs against itself with movement. Bleeding again. A sharp, tingling pain. Knowing I can't be off my help here either. Then took the kids and went back home. Be careful yourself. Don't get hurt, okay? Sylvie, you should go back. Chongming finished speaking and looked toward the river. Just in time to match sleeping Red Tongue. His expression turned cold. Joyan, what are you doing here? Zhu Yin slowly opened those vertical pupils. Golden red eyes radiated coldness and disdain. Why ask when you already know the answer? Yet you've been waiting here all along. Could it be that you want to hog it all for yourself? Chongming let out a cold laugh. Spiritual energy surges throughout the body. What's the big deal about giving it all to yourself? Sylvie and I get along well. As expected, once the cold season ends, they'll return to the tribe with me. You're late. Zhu Yin slowly rose his massive body from the river. It's not up to you to decide whether it's late or not. Who can say for sure what the variables are? Maybe he and my tribe are the most compatible. Just based on your pitiful chirping laughter. Your tribe, Isiri and sinister. How could he be willing to go? Don't waste your effort. Better leave as soon as possible. To avoid hurting Ganyon's feelings, Zhu Yin remained unmoved. Chongming, don't be too overconfident. He is important to your tribe. It is equally important to us. You just won't let go. I won't give up so easily either, since you're in such a hurry. Today, determined to take the little female with me no matter what. You dare to provoke Chongming, and flames instantly erupt all over his body. The scorching heat distorted the surrounding air. With me here, you can't forget about taking him away. Zhu Yin's massive body coiled through the air, letting out a low growl. Then give it a try. You're the real deal. I still came out on top. A bone-chilling cold emanated from Zhu Yin. The river water actually started to slowly freeze. Chongming didn't back down an inch. With a flap of its wings, flames shot up into the sky, rushing toward Zhu Yin with overwhelming force. Flames and cold air intertwined in the night sky. The ORCs in the tribe were all startled, rushed over in a hurry. At first, they thought they had read an attack by stray beasts, but the sight before my eyes, it sent chills down a very own spine. Isn't this the toe from Central City? How could they start a fight in our place? In the next second, under the overwhelming press of the two mighty beast kings, countless ORCs immediately dropped to their knees and prostrated themselves on the ground. Del, as the strongest four-star ORC in the tribe, amid this wave of impact, I could barely stand in front of these two beast kings. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. No one dared to make a sound to interrupt. Fear spreads in the heart. Many ORCs can't even maintain a humanoid form. They all transform into beastly forms, crawling on the ground. The clan leader's face turned deathly pale, but still forced a calm front. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to step forward. Respectfully said, "The two beast kings are fighting her for some unknown reason. If there are any mistakes, please forgive me." Chongming was confronting Joyan. Hearing the clan leader's words, he shouted without turning his head, "This has nothing to do with you. Get out quickly." Zhu Ying snorted coldly. "If you don't want that tribe to be affected, just take care of your own people. Get lost." The clan leader nodded repeatedly. He hurriedly directed the tribesmen to step back. But no one dared to actually leave. They just stood in a loose circle at a distance, watching nervously and cautiously. Chongming, if you insist on standing in my way today, don't blame me for not caring about our past friendship. Zhu Ying's voice was icy and piercing. The massive figure once again moved closer to Chongming. The surrounding air froze into icy shards. Chongming spreads its wings and soars high. The flames enveloped the entire body. Cut the crap. There was never any friendship between you and me to begin with. Today I'm here. You can forget about jetting your way. After saying this, he dove straight towards Joyan. His claws slashed towards Hyan's scales like sharp blades. On the other hand, Sylvie hid behind the tree, taking out the Energigon from the space. Aim at the red snake's body. Press quickly. An energy gun powerful enough to blast a grizzly bear to smithereens. It hit Joyan, but all I saw was the blaze. The spot where the energy bullet hit. Lost a piece of snake scale. Sylvie's face turned pale. No wonder the dagger slipped. Such strong defense. Is this the legendary Beast King? He doesn't know. The Beast King's strength was far beyond what he had imagined. ORC's below 5 stars. It doesn't leave a single mark on them. And he's just a little sissy. He actually managed to make him lose a snake scale. Not only were the orcs off the tribe shocked, even Chongming and Zhuan themselves were shocked. Joyan was hit by the energy gun. At first, I was stunned. He turned his head to gaze at the crimson tree, eyes aiming straight at that direction where Sylvie was hiding. Interesting, a tiny little female. It actually made him lose a scale. Chongming also looked stunned. I never expected Sylvie to have such tricks up her sleeve. The ORCs in the tribe were so shocked they couldn't close their mouths. How on earth does Sylvie have such a powerful weapon? Yeah, even the Beast King got hurt. That's unbelievable. The clan leader's face turned pale, then flushed red. Could it really be as Dell said? He is not just a priest. It's still the capable ones. Hurry up and protect Sylvie. The clan leader snapped out of it. Quickly ordered. Even though he knew the strength of the tribe, under the Beast King's wrath, he couldn't be protected. Chongming noticed Juan had set his sights on Sylvie. Immediately flew to Sylvie's side. If Joyan has any issues, come at me. Don't hurt him. Zhu Yin didn't get angry, but instead laughed at Chongming. You're really protective of them. But this little female is so special. I really do love it so much. In the next instant, his figure flashed by. Red hair and crimson eyes. A handsome young man with a human body and a serpent's tail appeared before Sylvie's eyes, still holding the snake spirit that Sylvie had knocked from his hand. Come with me, little girl. Consider this a little gift for our first meeting. Right after, Sylvie coldly rejected. Zhu Yin wasn't angry either. Sylvie's rejection was expected. After all, pretty girls get special treatment. Beautiful and capable women. He's happy to suck up. He gently shook the snake's scales in his hand. Opened his mouth unhurriedly. It's not good for a girl to keep rejecting people at the drop of a hat. It's our tribe's turn. You will have power in this rundown tribe. The right and ability to it even dare to think about. Living here is just fine. I don't want to get involved in your disputes, nor will I go with you. This person is so domineering. He doesn't like it at all. Is that so? You little family actually have some backbone. But you should know. What I, Yuck Yin, want has never slipped through my fingers. Oh, it's gone. Like a, no me, he don't.